Good morning and welcome. I'm Brigham McCown, one of the senior fellows here at the Hudson Institute and director of the Initiative on American Energy Security. Hudson is a research organization promoting American leadership for a secure, free, and prosperous future. Since 1961, we've been challenging conventional thinking and helping to manage strategic transitions through interdisciplinary studies in defense, international relations, economics, energy, technology, culture, and law. Hudson seeks to guide policymakers and global leaders in government and business. Through our recommendations, we hope to make a difference and believe we have. We're thrilled to have you join us today for the North American Energy Preeminence Forum, co-hosted by our friends at the Macdonald-Laurier Institute in Canada. Thank you to those in the audience for attending and for the large number joining us online as well. For anyone who maybe hasn't heard, America got together and held a family meeting earlier this week. But in all seriousness, though, this program was set in motion well before the election because our two institutions thought it was of vital importance to address this topic, regardless of the election outcome. For the U.S. and Canada, these are important times, and the time is now to establish a comprehensive and cohesive policy approach to energy. The U.S. and Canada share many ideals, values, and that includes a share of natural resources. We're energy rich. We share a respect for nature and the environment and the innovative spirit to responsibly and sustainably develop all these resources. Together, our two countries do have an abundance of these resources, and by working together, we can enhance our economic prosperity and our national security. I'd like to now introduce Heather Exner-Pirot, Director of Energy, Natural Resources, the Environment. Anything else? Did I miss? At the Macdonald-Laurier Institute. Heather, please. Good morning.
Good morning.
Stage is yours.
Thank you. Well, thanks so much for those very wise words, Brigham, and for hosting us in this, what I know has been a very busy week for you and for your country. But as Brigham said, we set this in motion. He chose the date. I had to remind him of that a few times this week because he's had a busy time. But great to be here in D.C. We've been planning this, and Brigham is always showing me how warm it is and all the T-shirts and the shorts he's wearing, and I'm showing him the snow that we're having in Calgary. So it's nice to be here in summer weather, but last joke is on Brigham because I'll be skiing on Sunday because the slopes have opened up in Banff. But anyways, so we came here wanting to celebrate and also remind our American friends of the importance in the Canadian energy relationship. And so we have a great slate of speakers, very grateful for all my colleagues for making this way to DC. But I just wanted to take the first 15 minutes or so to lay out just the extent of the relationship, not only in oil and gas, but in all forms of energy. So the rest are graphs, but just to reiterate, Canada-U.S. trade relationship is worth about $150 billion a year. It's by far our biggest category of trade, and in particular, crude oil is our biggest category of trade to any nation, but to the United States, at least we'll have all the numbers, but it's a hefty, very hefty portion of our trade. We are independent not only on oil, but also electricity. I'll go through some of those graphs, pipelines, the refinery system, all the things that make our energy system work. And so it's really difficult to speak about a Canadian or a North or American energy system because we're really talking about a North American energy system. And as we know, there's a tremendous pressure on demand to increase that, to be energy abundant, and we have all the tools right here on this continent to do so. We are not only abundant, we are net exporters. And so part of what we were thinking about for this event was not only to make Canada and the United States energy secure, but also the energy security of our allies. And of course, we're seeing that already from the United States with LNG. That was a very important way for our European allies to get off of natural gas dependence. Canada will start exporting LNG to Asia in the coming months. We just started exporting oil to Asia in May. And so we are seeing, one colleague says it in an affectionately way, the draining of North America, but we have so much here that it's not draining it down, it's just able to be shared with our allies abroad. And finally, just to, we will, cover it throughout the day, but what an asset it is to be energy abundant. And I don't, we have been abundant for so long that I think we take it for granted, certainly in Canada. We take our energy abundance for granted and sometimes make policies that threaten that abundance. But we have all the resources, which is very important when we're talking about either AI dominance, reshoring, reindustrializing. Many of our allies don't have the options that we have on the energy front of having that cheap energy. And so thinking how we can be more strategic, appreciate that abundance, and use it for good. So here's lots of EIA graphs. EIA has great information on our trade relationship, showing the relationship between Canada and the United States on trade. And it got a little bit higher even in 2022 with high prices. But in general, it's mostly crude, some natural gas. We've been exporting less natural gas since the shale revolution, but still exporting a significant amount, even as the United States has become so prolific in shale and exports. And part of the reason is that we are also sending natural gas to export through American ports because we haven't built our LNG terminals quite yet. And so electricity is a much smaller part, but still an important part, especially if you're in Quebec or Manitoba or BC. We have billions of dollars of exports that go to Americans on electricity as well. We have never exported more oil to the United States. When the TMX pipeline started up, there was some speculation of where that oil would go, which markets would want it. And it's been about 50-50 Asia and 50 America. So that has helped us have, again, record exports to the United States, even as you have become the world's largest oil producer. And that has really come out of other countries' ends. So we've reduced foreign dependence in the United States. Your imports of oil are now 60% Canadian, and it has been taken from other countries, mostly OPEC countries, where you've been able to reduce your lines. One thing, and I'm sure Lisa will speak about it, we're very complementary crudes. Canadian tends to have heavy oil, America tends to have light oil, and so we don't tend to compete directly with each other, but we are very complementary in the mix. This is a nice cap graph, which I'm sure Lisa will appreciate. But this is just to show how integrated what it looks like from a pipeline and refinery perspective. We depend in Canada on American refineries. We have not built up our refineries to be able to process our oil. That mostly comes to the United States. We have a few refiners in the room here today. And very hard to replace or displace this kind of infrastructure. We have built up this interdependence over decades. It's serving us well, and it will continue to serve us well. And I did want to make the point also, which I thought was an interesting statistic, that a quarter of U.S. crude refinery throughput is Canadian. So we talk about exports and imports and that kind of thing, but 1/4 of what you refine is Canadian oil. And it's not all oil and gas. We like to talk about other kinds of energy as well. So I know we're all very concerned about critical minerals, the dependence on China. We'll probably talk about that later. Even as we become more dependent on China, the Canada-U.S. minerals relationship is also very strong. We send over half of our minerals to the United States. And Canada is actually your top supplier of minerals. We actually surpassed China post-COVID. It had been kind of neck and neck for a while, but now we are your top supplier over China. And in terms of mineral dominance, the things where you can't get from anyone else, the things you don't get from anywhere else, again, there are some things that we are dependent on the Chinese for, but there's many things that the United States rely on each other for. And not only do we supply more than half of our minerals going to you, but you are also our largest import supplier. So we get most of our imports also from the United States. Again, these are These are systems and networks and supply chains that have been developed over decades, a lot of them stemming from World War I and World War II, especially some of the processing, and would be, it's our advantage to expand on these now in the 21st century. And because there's a few Saskatchewan folks in the room, I always love to talk about uranium. If you didn't know, northern Saskatchewan, the Athabasca Basin is the richest uranium deposit in the world. We are the United States' top supplier of uranium. Kazakhstan was beating us, sadly, for a year or two. But the reason for that is that we had shut in some production when uranium prices were low. Now we've been expanding production and certainly can be expanding much more production. We have some brownfield that can be put back online, and we also have some new greenfield mines just on the cusp of approval in northern Saskatchewan. And if maybe you've heard about the Athabasca Basin because it is such a prolific basin. There is a sister basin in Nunavut that's pretty much untouched. The Thelon Basin looks just like the Athabasca from a geological perspective. So in centuries, if we run out of Athabasca uranium, there's one right next door. We don't have to worry about the supply of uranium. We just need to get it out of the ground. And then finally, just to touch on electricity. Again, where we have deliberately been interdependent in our transmission networks, in our electricity grids. There are those 6 reliability grid regions in the continent, and they are pretty much fully North American. And the only one that's separate is Texas. And so here we are in DC. I think you guys, maybe not as much, but in northeastern United States, again, very connected to, we have Canadian nuclear here, Quebec hydroelectricity. In the prairies, we also have some electricity, also some other sources, natural gas. And of course, BC is also a rich source of hydroelectricity. We've had a bit of a drought in the last few years, so it looks like hydroelectricity exports have gone down. But as that changes through the cycle, it will go back up again. And BC just opened up a mega project. Site C hydroelectric dam just started producing last week, actually. And so we will have a bit more capacity here of purely clean Canadian hydro to come. And last but not least, I want to talk about natural gas because in many ways, while we are energy abundant on oil and electricity, that is largely, internal for kind of domestic consumption. But when it comes to natural gas, that's where we are, a global superpower together. This is the network. At least we probably need a better map than that one. I was going to use Edward, the TC Energy one, but then it didn't show the way to California. And I wanted to make the point that Canadian natural gas is a huge supplier to California, but also all over the United States, your northeast area. And also, again, sending exports all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico to help export to our allies. And you'll see on the top left, the little stars is where Canada will finally be doing our own natural gas exports with LNG Canada coming online, and then soon after wood fiber and Cedar LNG and a few other mega projects kind of in the queue just like you have. And so again, we're thinking of supplying not only ourselves, but our Asian allies, our European allies who face quite a bit higher electricity prices. These are the spot hubs, the prices that the JKM is the Asian one, the benchmark Asian price, NBP is the benchmark European. And then we have, deliciously cheap Henry Hub down here. The Canadian AECO is even cheaper than Henry Hub. So just blessed with very cheap natural gas. Not only is this powering, as the natural gas providers in Canada would say, electrify everything. We know how gas turbine sales are going. That is helping boost that need for electricity very quickly, but also all the ways that natural gas is used in industrial production. As we reindustrialize, as we try to bring some manufacturing back to the continent, having cheap energy is one of the best competitive advantages we have to do so. And so I just wanted to give a little bit of a flavor of our interdependence and our energy security with each other. And that will set the table, I think, for the rest of the day for us to think about how we leverage this, how we're smart with this, and how we make sure that our energy abundance serves our national interests and also the security interests of the Western Alliance. So with that, did you want to come up, Brigham, and introduce the next panel?
Well, actually, since we're going to keep you up there, since it's your panel, if you wouldn't mind just proceeding.
I would love to. Okay, so thanks for listening. For the first panel, I wanted to get a bit more into the details of that of what we have to offer in Canada, the abundance that we have. So I'm pleased to bring up Lisa Baton, who is the CEO and president of the Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers, and also John Desjardins, who is the executive director of the Indigenous Resource Network, to come on up, and we'll start the first panel.
Can be the rose between two.
Yeah, sure. So these are my two good colleagues. I was going to mention, me and John are both from Saskatchewan, but it turns out all three. Then I remember that Lisa is also from Saskatchewan. If you don't know that much about Canada, the Saskatchewan diaspora is very powerful and very involved in the resource sector, pulling some strings behind the scenes. And these two are two of those people pulling strings. I wanted to start with, the abundance that we do have in Western Canada in particular, because we're representing some Western Canadian interests. If you watch Dune, it was the line, the Bene Gesserit, that they make their plans in centuries. And I was going to say that Canada counts its reserves, not in decades, but in centuries. That when it comes to our oil and gas and uranium reserves, we have inventories far beyond 10 decades. And so let's start there. I was going to ask them to do some opening remarks. And then we'll get into some questions and kind of get into the nitty-gritty of what's happening in the Canadian resource sector. Lisa, I'll start with you.
Sure. Thanks, Heather, and thanks, Brigham. Delighted to be here today. As Heather mentioned, I'm president and CEO of the Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers, and I represent Canada's upstream oil and gas producers, unconventional and conventional, onshore and offshore, from coast to coast. So I'm going to talk about the benefits of the interdependence and abundance of the Canadian oil and gas sector to the North American Energy Partnership. And then I think a little later in the discussion, I'm going to chat about two policies, one in my country, one potentially in yours, that could hurt that integrated energy partnership. So maybe let's just start off by saying that the value of our North American Energy Partnership really cannot be overstated. We truly have an energy advantage, and it underpins absolutely everything: our economic security, our national security, our continental security, and our geopolitical security and influence. The oil and natural gas industry's relationship between Canada and the U.S. is much more than a simple economic or trading partnership. It actually started about 130 years ago when natural gas was transported by pipe from Welland, Ontario to Buffalo, New York, way back in 1891. And today, it's really, I mean, some of the slides that Heather showed, it really shows how blessed we are that our companies can operate seamlessly across the border. And that our energy infrastructure can be so interconnected and designed to provide Americans and Canadians with the energy that they need every single day. I put my glasses on because Heather did ask me to provide a lot of data points. And I can remember a lot, but they don't always necessarily flow off the top of my head. But I can tell you that that Canada is the largest source of American oil imports, supplying 4.5 million barrels of oil each day to the U.S. About 99% of the natural gas imported into the U.S. comes from Canada. And together, as Heather mentioned in her opening presentation, this represents about $150 billion in annual energy trade between our two nations. And I think Heather also alluded to this. What's not always fully appreciated is that this trade relationship is reciprocal. The largest source of oil and natural gas imports into Canada is the United States. Our trade routes run north and south, and many parts of the western U.S. are supplied from natural gas from Alberta and British Columbia, while energy consumers in Ontario are supplied with gas from Pennsylvania. And refineries in central Canada import light crude from the U.S., while those in the Gulf Coast and the U.S. Midwest are set up to receive heavier crude supplied by the Alberta oil sands. So This relationship really helps keep energy costs lower for Canadians and Americans while really providing a secure and reliable energy network. I'd also like to note that this bilateral energy partnership, longstanding generational energy partnership, has continued to grow irrespective of political parties in power. Looking on your side of the border, in recent years under Presidents Obama, Trump, and Biden, American oil and natural gas production and exports grew. In fact, over those three presidential terms, the U.S. became the largest oil and natural gas producing nation on the planet and the largest LNG exporter in the world. And in Canada, over the last decade, even in spite of my federal government's energy and climate policy, Canadian oil production has reached record levels. The industry has completed the Trans Mountain pipeline expansion, and we're going to complete our first globally significant LNG export facility next year. So whether Democrat or Republican, or whether conservative or liberal, the power of our energy bilateral truly does and requires it to transcend partisan politics, and it has done so literally for generations. I just want to shift a bit and say, I think we're just scratching the surface on our collective continental potential as a global energy superpower. While Canada has been exporting oil and natural gas for over a century, nearly all of those exports have come here to the United States. And here in the US, you have been exporting crude oil and LNG for less than a decade, and you've just become a net oil and natural gas exporter 4 years ago. So what that means is that we are just starting to build North America's global oil and market share, and growing our global market share enhances our energy security of both of our countries, as well as our Western allies, and collectively it significantly grows our global geopolitical influence on the world stage. Here's a great data point. Combined, Canada and the US produce about 30% of the world's natural gas and 25% of the world's oil. Yet, I believe that both Canada and the United States have much more to give on the global stage. For example, Canada has some of the largest oil reserves in the world, larger than the reserves here in the United States, larger than the reserves in Russia. Yet Canada annually produces only about half of what is produced here in the United States. So in North America, we have world-class oil and natural gas reserves. We produce them with some of the highest environmental and human rights standards in the world. We have a growing list of customers who want their energy to come from North America. And in a world with a continuously growing appetite and need for energy, together our two countries have the potential to be one of the most powerful energy bilaterals on the planet. So through the discussion here today, I want to stress that we must avoid energy policies on both sides of our border that could damage the benefits of our interdependence and abundance, because our North American energy partnership is highly correlated to our national security, to our energy security, to our economic security, and to our geopolitical security. And as such, we have to do everything in our power to protect and preserve that energy partnership and actively work to enhance it and ensure it grows through greater access to resources between our countries and increased access to global export markets. So I'll just conclude by saying now is the time for us to work together and fully realize our North American energy advantage and really take it to the next level. So thank you.
Excellent, Lisa. It's like flowing over me, all these energy statistics. I can't get enough of it. As for our next speaker is my very good friend, John Desjardins. You may notice that some of the Canadians in the room are wearing poppies. That is to commemorate, our Remembrance Day is on November 11th, so it's to commemorate the losses and the sacrifices made by our troops. And today in particular is Indigenous Veterans Day, so some have had the beaded or the sealskin poppies also. If they don't have a poppy, it's because it probably fell off at the airport, because they come with a very flimsy pin and you can't replace it here in DC. But John is the Executive Director of the Indigenous Resource Network. I've been very involved with him in that, of trying to, as Lisa said, having the highest environmental, human rights, social standards. That wasn't always the case, but certainly in the last decade, great advances have been made. There's some cause for optimism. And so, John, can you tell us a little bit about the Indigenous Resource Network and what's happening also in Canada, not only in oil and gas, although oil and gas is an important part of the picture, but in other resources as well?
Absolutely. First thing I have to say, I didn't forget to shave this morning.
November.
Yeah, I'm participating on Movember. My father was diagnosed with prostate cancer. It was a little personal for me. But yeah, just had to say that. And so, yeah, if anyone's interested, join or visit my Movember page, donate. It'd be fantastic. So make this meaningful and purposeful, I guess, more so. But no, thanks, Heather. Thanks for that introduction. And so, John Desjardins, I'm Nana Métis from northeastern Saskatchewan, as Heather mentioned, and the executive director. So a little bit of context, really quickly. I'm an engineer, business, policy educated, and I spent time in and also an environmental scientist, and spent time in the mining industry and in construction, in the energy sector, and economic development in natural resource space. And so very invested as an Indigenous person, but as a professional in those industries. So as Heather mentioned, the Indigenous Resource Network is relatively new. And it was organized around, there's not enough usefulness or practicalness and pragmatic kind of discourse in media, and there's not enough, we felt our perspective was lacking in terms of policy development. There was a lot of gaps there, and so, through conversations, we organized around that purpose. We stood up the network with a poll, which anecdotally, as Indigenous people, we felt Indigenous people are really participating in this industry. Why are we seeing the public informed, and so much public perspective and media that Indigenous people are against resource development? And so we built it on a poll that, and then queried Indigenous people across Canada, and then found that 65% of Indigenous people did favor resource development. And that didn't say 35 were against. That said, there was a minority that 5 to 8 were against, but that 20 or so-ish percent were kind of on the fence. But so a large majority of Indigenous people did support it, which affirmed what we felt, and that's important. So we built the poll, and our strategy around that was how do we get in front of policy that is in line with our values in terms of sustainability, and also say we want to develop. We realize the benefit, we realize the impact it's having. We want to influence the sustainability. We want to start to influence public perspective and investor sentiment. We want to do all these things. And the last 3 or 4 years has been an incredible ride in terms of being able to do that. So IRN has participated in diplomatic and international events to celebrate the benefits that Lisa mentioned, to talk about how Indigenous people are not compromising on stewardship and values and still moving development along. I had conversations earlier that, those aren't zero-sum games. Those aren't two different ends of the spectrum. You can develop resources, and you can be Indigenous, and you can be lean into your values, as do a lot of Canadians. You can be responsible, and North America, you can be responsible, you can be sustainable, and you can develop resources. And so a lot of work we've done since then, a lot of research, the oil and gas industry in particular, really proud to say that it's the industry that's receiving, that's realized wage parity, gender wage parity between Indigenous people, Indigenous women and non-Indigenous women. Indigenous people in that sector now make 3 times more than national average in terms of the wages across Canada. So it's a huge economic impact driver for Indigenous people, and we recognize that. So when we engage on policy discourse, so if we have policies that impact this industry, do we understand that full effect in terms of those policy initiatives? And so that's a lot of the work that we do. It's really exciting. And then we get to talk about all the great stories that are happening across Canada, and hopefully level set and influence and make these situations the norm. Big movement we're seeing in Canada right now is the enrichment through equity ownership of Indigenous people in resource development projects. A vast majority of those projects are in the oil and gas sector, LNG terminals, pipelines, several other infrastructure and assets as well too. there's a discovery kind of right now on what other type of equity opportunities do Indigenous people have or can they play. A lot of challenges. IRN is involved on helping to influence and support the development of tools for that to become a reality for these communities. One of them is the National Loan Guarantee Program, which we advocated for, which is a program that is backstopped by the government and their credit rating to provide affordable capital to communities. A lot of people don't understand that Indigenous communities, especially, well, in Canada, through its relationship with the government and the Indian Act, it was impossible to build up an asset base because we didn't have a fee simple relationship with the land. And so it was held in trust, in reserve, hence the term reservations. So we couldn't leverage that and then grow economies and grow balance sheets and grow all those things. And so now participate huge hurdles, a whole nother story. But IRN, we love to tell those stories, the realities, but the opportunities, and then I think get everyone optimistic and motivated to be able to kind of move these conversations along. And so, yeah, we're incredibly excited to participate on that. Pivot a little bit. I'm from Saskatchewan. I'm Indigenous. I worked in the uranium mining sector for almost 20 years, 17 directly and indirectly as a contractor. Worked in the potash sector. Potash, another incredibly important mineral to the world. Saskatchewan has, I think, a third of the world's supply of potash, which we produce, and same thing, and then Heather mentioned uranium as well too. #1 world producer of uranium with the largest high-grade reserves. And we have oil and gas, and there's other type of critical minerals as well too. But we're always looking for ways that how can Indigenous people support that conversation? What type of lessons have we learned in the energy industry, in the mining space, and the critical mineral space, in terms of de-risking, moving projects along, getting people excited, engaged, where Indigenous people are viewed as an ally, as a partner, as a business advantage, as leverage in terms of challenging policy, policy reform, permitting reform, regulatory reform, so that we can move development along, not compromising on sustainability and our goals, and participating in climate and change innovation, and doing all those things, and not feel like it's a zero-sum game. So yes, excited to kind of dive in if I haven't already, but further conversations. Thanks.
Fantastic. Thanks, John. So a lot of the discussion on energy security arose kind of after Russia invaded Ukraine. That's when energy security really came back on the agenda. People started talking about it. Lisa, can you speak to how the Canadian oil and gas sector views the security aspect and how we see us contributing to energy security? What have been the discussions that's been taking place in our sector in the last 3 or 4 years?
Sure. I would just say that despite assertions to the contrary, the need for oil and gas is not going away. And again, to my stats, the current IEA World Energy Outlook shows that oil demand is expected to rise 107 million barrels per day by 2030. And then looking out to 2050, they still see oil demand at 93 million barrels per day. And the IEA has also upwardly revised its nat gas demand in all of their scenarios, showing that natural gas demand is growing out past 2050. And importantly for Canada and the US, international LNG trade is forecast to grow by more than 50% out to 2050, and that really demonstrates the resiliency of global natural gas demand. So in a world where with growing demand, you can't have national security or continental security or Western alliance security if you don't have your own energy security underpinning all of that. And when we produce more oil and gas, we increase our security. My industry association counterpart, the API, put out a study, and it showed that the growth of North American oil production and cross-border trade over the past decade helped drive down imports from OPEC countries to refineries in both of our countries from about 1/3 of total supply down to 9% in the US and 12% in Eastern Canada. And to give you a more recent example, since the Trans Mountain expansion pipeline became operational, imports of Canadian light sweet crude oil to the U.S. West Coast refineries have grown from 7,000 barrels a day to about 100,000 barrels a day, and that really reduces our reliance on other overseas exporters. So I think, Heather, to your question, what that really demonstrates is that the growth in North America of oil and gas production and our international exports have really changed the global supply picture. And with the resources we have and the accesses to it in both of our countries, we have the potential to offset the supply that our Western allies are receiving from OPEC, Russia, and other nations. And again, I'll say it again, the potential to be a global energy superpower is very, very real today.
Great, thanks, Lisa. So, John, we paint a great picture, and IRN wants to celebrate success in the Indigenous resource space, but there are still challenges. Can you maybe talk about some of those challenges and what policy tools we're looking to overcome them? And maybe just frame out, why, where Indigenous people fit into the regulatory process, and what maybe some of the bottlenecks are, and what are some solutions to relieve those bottlenecks?
Absolutely. And so, it's really fascinating right now, being an Indigenous person and being involved in resource development over the last 20-some years, and then also being a student of it as well, too. And so it's fascinating to see the evolution, sometimes disheartening, sometimes encouraging. It's a roller coaster of emotions, being Indigenous, being in resource development, and watching environment or watching industry and regulation kind of go through that evolution. But, my observation, 25 years ago, when I started in the industry, there was some actors that were really innovative and really inclusive in terms of how they included Indigenous people. There was a lot that was still struggling, what that looked like. Indigenous people were managed as risk. They were managed as stakeholders. They were managed as part of a process. And that was kind of the dominant process by industry 20-some years ago. And so there has since been a lot of, not just a lot of challenges with community and industry, but there's been a lot of kind of case law that has developed. The jurisprudence has started to kind of evolve and favor Indigenous people in this and the protection of rights, impacts, and everything like that. And so then government had the challenge, now we have to implement, we have to figure all this out. But what's happening is that's taken a long time, and they're still trying to do it over the last 20-some years. But what's really encouraging and exciting is now what we've seen is industry starting to leapfrog. And so over government in terms of defining what innovation looks like in consultation, in engagement, in developing agreements, there's kind of the vague statements in terms of ideals through regulation, and industry saying we're not going to play in that. We're not doing minimum. We're going to push the benchmark. We're going to develop relationships. We're going to engage in a partnership. And that's starting to happen more and more and more where industry is saying, we're not going to, regulation has become a burden, not just for us, but for Indigenous people as well, too. And we can't get through this process. And it's really fascinating to see. So now we're seeing now we got to try to get government to kind of catch up and try to align, I think, the expectation there as well, too. And so Indigenous people are embedded in multiple places in the life cycle of, when when something is first explored, or the interest of exploring, for resources, right from reclamation and closure. There's several key stages in which Indigenous people are involved. And so, which is great, I think, from an idealistic perspective, but from a practical perspective, that's where things start to break down. And so the problem, what we're seeing, especially in kind of that regulatory and permitting process, is it's not defined what those processes are. And so there is another complication. Every Indigenous community has sovereignty. They're each a unique nation into itself and treated as such, and there's that relationship. And so that complication hasn't been figured out and managed. So what does consent, what does decision look like, decision-making look like? And so now there's a lot of these vague statements, risk-adverse regulation, risk-adverse policymakers, risk-adverse regulators, not knowing how to treat this, not being assertive, and not working with community to develop a lot of this. A lot of this policy, again, there was consultation in the past, but it's still very paternal. So Indigenous people were never involved in that process. And so that created problems in itself. And so now, again, not defining the process permitting, okay, exactly what do we need, what satisfies this process, what does consent look like, and then none of that's figured out, well, for the most part, it isn't figured out and defined. Where we're seeing great success along this, we have the Impact Assessment Act, we have all sorts of kind of water regulations, federal and provincial regulations. Where we're seeing success is, again, where industry is going and saying, okay, we fundamentally respect that you have rights. We want to develop. What does development look like on your terms? How do we embed your knowledge in terms of either avoiding the impacts to those rights, mitigating, and how do we accommodate if we're in agreement as to what the impact of those rights are? How do we accommodate for that? Industry's leading those discussions and saying, and then building a strong partnership with those communities. Okay, and then providing the resources so that communities, that the kind of the ideals of EPIC, providing the resources to say, okay, what does what does environmental monitoring look like? What does inclusion of knowledge look like? And then we're seeing robust and resilient agreements starting to form, and those agreements starting to be operationalized. And then you're seeing communities going with industry to advocate to government and saying, like, what's the holdup? Why can't we move this along? And one great example, it's a darling right now in Canada, is Cedar LNG. And so Cedar LNG is a majority-owned floating LNG terminal in northwestern BC, near Kitimat, and majority owned by the Haisla Nation. And you hear them talk about how they helped to support and drive consultation, because now they're an owner. So they championed that consent model with their own community. They drove it, they embedded knowledge, they embedded environmental practice. And we're seeing some of the shortest cycles in some of the more stringent regulatory environments in Canada get accepted. Because now the public has confidence and says, look at, the Indigenous people are advocating. They look well informed. This does not look like that they're absolutely selling out. They're talking about celebrating rights and environmental protection. Public they have the public confidence. They have government confidence. And so now we have a government that's like, this doesn't feel risky, and how do we support this? And then moving it through those cycles with as little challenge from community and from government as possible. And so there's exciting examples like that in terms of how that's embedded, how to kind of get over some of those regulatory challenges. But that's still getting over them and working around. We're still seeing so much issue is where industry and Indigenous communities are trying to operate within kind of that difficult regulatory environment, right? Where it's, again, very risk adverse. We have decisions being passed off and decisions not being made at the appropriate level. And Indigenous people feeling that not necessarily involved. They're doing better, but there's still, I think, a lot of improvement that needs to happen.
Great, thanks, John. So the audience can start to come to think of their clever questions, but I'll do one more round myself before I open it up to you guys. Lisa, let's get into the meat of it. This is an audience that likes to talk politics. The sector on both sides of the border often faces, as you alluded to, policy headwinds. From your perspective and from your members' perspective, what are those biggest policy risks to having an energy abundant, energy secure North America?
So I'm going to have to qualify a comment I made earlier in my remarks where I said regardless of who's in power on either side of the border, that North American oil and gas production will remain resilient. Because I'm going to zone in on two policies, one on our side of the border, one on yours, which could seriously threaten that resiliency. And I'll start with Canada, and that is the proposed federal emissions cap targeted specifically on the oil and gas sector. And it is the most complex Byzantine piece of regulation. It was announced this past Monday, and I have my top people on it, and even chatting with folks in the capital markets community, they're trying to wrap their head around it. And despite statements to the contrary, it isn't an emissions cap, it is actually a production cap. And in fact, it will lower Canadian production. So we're still in the process of parsing through the leaves of that draft regulation, which was dropped this week. But I can tell you that an analysis that S&P Global Commodity Insights did on the original federal emissions cap proposal found that an emissions cap being added to Canada's already very convoluted suite of energy and climate and fiscal policies is likely to lower production by 2 million BOE per day by 2035. So that's not only going to hamper Canada's LNG potential, but it would also lower the availability of Canadian oil to the United States and the rest of the world. So it's, from my perspective, it's not just a domestic Canadian issue, that it's something we should all be paying attention to, because it's also going to be very difficult for U.S. producers to cover that gap in supply, and that's going to mean other producing nations will have to pick up that market share. So less oil and gas production from North America means higher costs, less energy security, and it risks our continental security, as we would be forced to import more energy from other countries when we don't need to do that. So in short, the Canadian emissions cap puts an American and continental energy security at risk, and we should all be very concerned about that. But let me pivot to your side of the border, and that is the potential for across-the-board tariffs, potentially capturing oil and natural gas. And I know there's a very optimistic view out there that tariffs won't apply to Canadian oil and gas because of the follow-on cost it would create for the average American household. But there is, at this juncture, no guarantee that Canada will get an exemption. And I've been chatting with some of the lead trade negotiator, Canadian USMCA trade negotiator, who's now moved on. And he has a very informed view that we will see across-the-board tariffs as likely, at least in the beginning. So, that kind of policy would have very significant consequences for Canadian producers with knock-on impacts to U.S. refiners, and it would ultimately affect American energy costs. First, Western Canadian Select, or WCS, our heavy crude oil, is the cheapest oil in the world for U.S. refiners, and placing a tariff on it would change that, and refining margins would become significantly challenged for any U.S. refinery relying on WCS. And secondly, this would be acutely felt in the U.S. Midwest, where refineries are highly dependent on heavy crude from Canada, and Midwest refiners would have to receive oil supplies from southern production regions. So that scenario could play out in one of two ways. One, shutting down the Midwest refineries because they're no longer profitable, which would mean lost jobs and higher energy costs in that region. Or scenario two, higher prices paid for crude means higher prices for refined products, particularly gasoline, across the country. And for Canada, tariffs on Canadian oil and gas would likely be devastating and result in lower production, and would make sales to our largest customers suddenly uneconomic. So in short, lower production in North America means less energy security. It means higher costs to both Canadian and American consumers. So that's why I'll just reemphasize a point I made in my opening remarks. We really have to do everything in our power to prevent policies that will lower our oil and natural gas production and preserve and protect that energy interdependence.
Thanks, Lisa. That's all anyone in Canada is talking about this week, is those tariffs. John, before we get to the audience, I just wanted to ask you, because you're Indigenous, but you're not just Indigenous, you're also, have decades of experience in the mining sector, and in particular in uranium, because uranium is a very key energy mineral, obviously. We all consider it a critical mineral. Can you tell us a little bit more about the Athabasca Basin, the mines that are involved in there, the ramp up that we may potentially see, that we're trying to see, and the demand that uranium producers have been seeing in the last 2 years?
Absolutely, yeah. It's always been exciting to participate in the industry in terms of its economic importance, its economic position, its energy security position from a lot of those perspectives, and of course being Indigenous. Someone asked me the other day, why did I choose that industry to have a kind of meaningful employment in? And I said, well, where I came from, I was impacted by there was impact by two forms of energy. And so I lived downstream from a hydro dam, clean, renewable energy, yet it had incredible impacts to my rights as a run-of-the-river operation in terms of sediment impoundment, all that type of stuff. And then I had an employer, a mining employer that employed upwards of about 50, 60 people from my small 1,600 people-ish community that was mining in uranium and providing economic and socio. So I always kind of had this objective, kind of balanced view, and Indigenous. And I chose, that because it was an incredible employer of Indigenous people. I worked for Cameco Corporation. Cameco Corporation was pretty industry leading in terms of 30, 40 years ago, operating under agreements, commitments to Northern Saskatchewan. But I jump into the industry as a health physicist, as a radiation monitoring technician and a radiation specialist. And so I got really invested into the science. I call myself a nuclear nerd. Got really invested into the science. And so, and then that's when I think kind of my exposure started, what does operations look like? What does exploration look like? But a fascination with power generation. I finally toured this last year Canada's Nuclear Waste Management Organization Discovery Center and planned for Deep Geological Repository. So it was a little bit of a pilgrimage. It was pretty cool. But yes, Canada and in Saskatchewan, the Athabasca Basin, it's a large sand basin structure, which you have the geoaccumulation of uranium minerals in its perimeter. It's really exciting. So a lot of the mines kind of follow that perimeter to depth. A lot of exploration, a lot of activity has happened in central but now recent activity is in the northwest in Saskatchewan under different zones. Mine development, there hasn't been really a new mine in Saskatchewan, uranium mine, for quite some time, I think 20 or so years. But now we're looking at the permitting process for at least 2 new mines within the next 10 years. And heavy exploration, multiple juniors, multiple interests in terms of getting those resources out of the ground. I worked for Cameco when Fukushima happened. I always thought it was, it was a tough time for the industry. We saw public sentiment that says, yes, you can't build nuclear reactors because this is what happens. Well, I'm from Saskatchewan. If we have a tsunami in Saskatchewan, we have bigger issues to worry about than water getting into the middle of Canada. So there's places, and again, looking at it objectively, there's places where it makes absolute sense, and there's places we take risk. And we balance those relationships, and we probably did a poor job of informing and influencing kind of the public awareness and education around those risks, around the rewards and everything like that. But of course, it affected the economics, right? Share prices dropped, demand dropped. People started looking at alternative forms of energy, and nuclear was not as big of a piece or a player within those energy mixes. But we're seeing that transition and that change drastically, where the demand, again, people are putting nuclear back on. Now nuclear is identified as a key player in terms of transition, supporting kind of a longer-term transition. And bolstering or adding a mix to our energy needs and security. We have it in North America, so let's lean into that. And so, yeah, it's exciting. And then there's a lot of activity. Where some of the challenges happening, again, there's still securing capital, exploring, getting new projects, permitting and stuff like that. But some of the challenges are, do we have our relationships right? Do we have our relationships right with Indigenous people? Are we engaging them right? Some of the operators there right now are, again, taking a different philosophy. They're trying to leapfrog a lot of the baseline regulatory expectations from industry or from government in terms of benefits and agreements and things like that, and where they're companies are saying those communities are going to be left off. We promise we're going to leave those communities, we're going to leave them better off after our project closes, and we guarantee it. And they're operationalizing their commitment and guarantee, which is a different philosophy. So yeah, there's exciting things happening in the world of nuclear power and in uranium to kind of supplement, energy security and sovereignty, and take advantage of abundance. And so it's exciting to be from the area.
Can you tell them what the grade of the uranium in the Athabasca Basin and some of the operations are? Do you know?
Yes, absolutely. Some of the average grades in some of the operations are up to 25 to 30%. Uranium, where national averages are 1-2%. Some of the operations in the past, the operation I used to work at, managed an average grade. Our mill was designed to average about 2 to 4% uranium, designed in terms of managing exposure. But Cameco's operations, McArthur River, Cigar Lake, you see upwards average grades of anywhere between 20 and 30%. The operations, the discoveries happening in northwestern Saskatchewan, similar in terms of volume, similar in terms of grade, incredibly high grade, which makes it interesting, fascinating, exciting, but also challenging in terms of developing a mine plan around. But it's something we figured out quite well over the last 40 years of developing that resource, and I think we do it responsibly and we do it safely.
Great, thanks, John. So now I'll turn it over to the audience. Some kind person in there who has a question. Great, we'll start. Well, this table is very engaged. So, well, you've kept your hand up the longest, so.
Oh, thank you. What's the fate now that we have Trump coming in for the U.S. presidency with the Keystone Pipeline?
Lisa, do you want to handle that one? I'll pipe in with my opinions if I need to.
I think you'd be better to ask TC Energy for their view on that. But I would say, given what's happened in the past, putting my old institutional investor hat on, it would probably be challenging to get capital markets excited about that from a regulatory and investor certainty point of view. And that doesn't diminish the absolute need that we need for more egress. But I think there's probably other ways around that than that particular project as it was then conceived. But again, I'm probably not the best person to opine on that.
Lisa, you want to just mention, the 2 or 3 opportunities for egress for Canada if we were to expand production? I'm thinking of Northern Gateway. Where would industry wanting to see egress?
Yeah, well, any form of egress would be great. I mean, I talked about the Trans Mountain expansion, which is fabulous, but that pipe's going to be pretty full pretty quick. And we have our first global LNG export facility coming online next year. So, any egress that we can, because again, maybe I'll just pivot a little bit to the need for regulatory alignment between Canada and the U.S. And certainly egress and getting our product to global markets is a critical partner and part of that. And we should just, again, I would really underscore not taking a country-specific view of these issues. If we should align on a shared goal, and that should be to preserve and protect the energy interdependence. The charts, the egress charts that Heather showed earlier, but we should be looking to expand that and really leverage our respective countries collectively and together as an energy superpower and work like hell to grow North American oil and gas production. And from a Canadian perspective, that really is going to mean high domestic policy alignment with U.S. energy policy, not just simply walking around behind them, but we really need to think about it strategically from a continental superpower perspective. But in Canada, we've over the last 10 years, we've lost a lot of ground in terms of productivity and competitiveness, and we really need to be highly aligned with U.S. Energy policy for our own sake as well.
And I can't help but mention, and then I'll go to the editorial board op-ed today in the Globe and Mail, which would be the equivalent probably to your New York Times, is, you know, Canada must be an oil superpower, which is certainly not a message we have heard from the Globe and Mail in the last decade and more.
Yeah, that, you know, and that's, I think, really profound. I mean, we can joke about it, but the Globe and Mail is Canada's, has the largest readership as a national newspaper, and I would say it would be fair to say that traditionally they haven't been very fulsome in holistic reporting on these issues. So for the editorial board to come out today and say that, and you know, I think step one was the emissions cap that I talked about, like just drop it, move on, and step two was, you know, we need to be a little more un-Canadian and muscle up and step up to the plate. And for that publication to have that as an editorial board piece today is quite significant.
Yeah. Jerry?
Thanks, Heather. Just to build on that and Canada muscling up, given the integrated nature, and we've seen the charts of the oil market in particular between Canada and the U.S., and given that the president-elect said he loves tariffs, can you comment on the feasibility of, if you are going to have a tariff wall as it relates to oil, of making it a Canada-U.S. tariff wall and effectively go to that North American superpower perspective? I know that's not consistent with necessarily Canadian policy, but can you comment on the feasibility of Canada considering that?
I think the Canadian, I think Canada is really going to have to take a long, hard, and realistic look at things that they need to do across the board as a NATO partner and our commitment to NATO in terms of its pragmatism, in terms of a renegotiated USMCA, and in terms of an America first and a commitment to across the board trade tariffs, and be really thoughtful about how they approach that, because and in terms of the how, I'll just move to tactics. You know, just in conversations with some of the Canadian officials on who are part of who have formerly been or are currently part of the thinking on that. You know, it goes back to everything I talked about. Continental and Western, you know, we have the potential. We need to have a shared policy goal, which is to be that global energy superpower, and that requires that continued interdependence. And it underpins everything: our respective economic securities, our respective energy securities, our respective geopolitical influence. And that means, as the Canadian government is going to have to be much more pragmatic about some of the policies that it has been bringing forward that, quite frankly, are completely out of step with the state of the world today. And we have a lot of catching up to do at home.
Thanks, Lisa. We have a question in the back, and then I'll come back to you.
Hi. So I was curious about, what does Indigenous cross-border policy involve with tribes in the States? Are there cross-border policies? Are there Indigenous networks? What does that look like between U.S. and Canada tribes?
Great question.
Absolutely great question. Well, it's the Jay Treaty.
Tell them about the Jay Treaty.
Yes, I know.
Every Indigenous person in North America knows about the Jay Treaty.
The Jay Treaty of what 17, 18? I can't remember. It's an old relationship that recognized that Indigenous people moved. There was no border in terms of trade. Seeing that fulfilled and honored has been a contentious issue for Indigenous people, where we can travel and move. Because of it, you can actually have Indigenous people serve in the U.S. military. I have friends that have served in the U.S. military. And then there's a little bit of different relationship, but yeah, no, it's, one of the historic, the evolution and seeing, I think, modern day cross-jurisdictional policy, I think we're struggling with that. But there is a lot of coordination and collaboration across a lot of different initiatives. I know the Indigenous Resource Network, we've been reached out to by a lot of American different organizations that are organized around American Indian and Indigenous, Indigenous participation in resource development. And we're always, how do we support each other? How do we lessons learned? How do we share? There's a commonality in terms of colonialism and some of the historic socioeconomic impacts. And so we share some common experiences and challenges in terms of kind of moving forward. So there's a kinship there for sure. But yeah, there's no real strong kind of federal, and state kind of government to government policy on coordinating. What we're finding is there's just, there's think tanks, there's industry, there's organizations that are asking, I think either to participate on each other's thought leadership and panels and discussions, stuff like that. But, long story short, there's not a lot of great examples where we see kind of, cross-border policy that, that provides incentive or opportunity for either. But yeah, we'll just keep learning, right? And so what's worked for American Indians in the States, what's worked for or Indigenous people in the States, what's worked for Indigenous people in Canada, how do we share that, and how do we level set kind of some of those good and wise practices across different places. But yeah, there should be more, and it should be facilitated. We should see government to government facilitation in terms of, but I think they're still struggling in terms of figuring out their own relationships within their own borders, and so, but it still should happen because I think there's a lot of opportunity in it.
I just want to give one example. It's the Meadow Lake Tribal Council. They are an Indigenous tribal council in Saskatchewan, so John and I know them well. And they own the largest Indigenous-owned pulp and paper mill, I guess lumber mill. Probably the largest Indigenous-owned in the world, but it's a significant one in Canada. And they trade to the United States, and they've been hit with softwood lumber tariffs, which are held in trust here in the United States, and they're trying to get them back. But they have been pushing for some Washington legislators, Canadian legislators, to think about, could they trade with a tribe in the United States? And with that, exclude them from some tariffs or some taxes. And with a strict interpretation of the Jay Treaty, I think, you could easily make the case that a First Nation and a tribe could trade cross-border and be excluded from some taxes. So who knows where that will be? I mean, there's, would be obviously ramifications and implications of that. But testing the waters of how far you could push the Jay Treaty for some cross-border trade where otherwise we don't have free trade is very interesting. Certainly increase Indigenous economic development in the continent. So this gentleman here, and then I'll go to Rachel and I'll come back to the table. We'll get that whole table. Don't worry.
Either or.
You'll both get. I promise I'll fit you both in.
Canada is also a very big producer of the only true money, gold.
Yes, and it's doing very well right now.
Yes. But as far as energy goes, CO2 emissions. On the left, there seems to be great admiration of China because they presumably are doing wonderfully in reducing CO2 emissions, even though they bring online one coal mine after another. So do you have data on CO2 emissions in Canada? And how does that look? Is it getting better, getting worse, about the same?
Well, I'm glad you asked that question because I was worried we were going to run out of time, but I did want to address a myth about the Canadian oil and gas industry that seems to be persistent here in the U.S. and largely, I think, because it was purported by the NGOs as the justification for canceling the KXL. And, I can tell you that, and I would add, if I had another policy in Canada that's very partisan, this last summer there's a bill that was passed in stealth called Bill C-59, and it precludes the oil and gas sector from talking, literally makes it illegal to make us to talk about the progress we've made on meaningful GHG and methane emissions reduction. No requirements on the other side, but I can't even use the federal government's own data. I can't use the data that my companies submit to securities regulators because the new law holds us to a yet undefined international standard, and yet the threshold for filing a complaint and the penalties are quite egregious. But I can tell you, if you want to take the time, you could go to the federal government's own database and you would see that there is well over a decade's, probably close to 12 years of meaningful GHG emissions and methane reductions, both in on the oil side and on the natural gas side. And I'll put myself at risk here in spite of that bill, that between 2013 to 2022, the last year for which Canadian national emissions data is available, absolute emissions from natural gas production and processing fell by 17%, and conventional oil production emissions declined by 27%. And oil sands absolute emissions flattened in 2021 and 2022 while reaching record levels of production. And I can also tell you that our sector is the largest spender on clean technology investment in Canada. We spend about $40 billion a year in CapEx on that. And we're leaders in things like CCUS and methane emissions reduction technologies, but there's a whole lot of people who actually don't want us to talk about it. So I'm delighted to have the ability to at least put a dent in that myth that still seems to have legs here in the U.S., because it is really important for U.S. policymakers to understand that Canadian oil and gas producers are meaningfully reducing and have a meaningful decades-long track record of being able to reduce GHG and methane emissions while increasing their production. And we are a responsible choice environmentally, economically, and strategically. I think we are.
Which goes to also, I want to make the point about North American energy abundance. Offshoring to China is not lowering emissions. And so reshoring and manufacturing, doing some more those energy intensive things like mineral processing, will add some emissions into the continent. But it will also displace some Chinese coal emissions because we'll be doing it with natural gas. And I think that's a point that needs to be reiterated. When we have things like emissions cap, it will be hard for us to reshore and remanufacture and reindustrialize here without making some trade-offs there. But overall, it's a global climate system. So I'm going to go to Rachel, and then I'll come. Oh, you have the mic already, so we'll finish off the table, and then I'll finish.
That's my question in the coffee break.
Okay.
Mark Lerner. So I'm a big fan of Sarah Harmer, Canadian singer. She talks a lot about saving the Canadian escarpment. I wonder if you, against development, I wonder if you have any comment on that. And also, I'm a nuclear medicine technologist by background. Do we import technetium from Canada? Because it's in short supply quite a bit.
I'm not sure. I've never heard of this escarpment thing. And on your question, John may actually know the answer, but the president of the Canadian Nuclear Association is speaking later. And we've been ramping up very significantly medical isotope production. We are a global leader in medical isotope production. So I don't know if you wanted to, you guys have.
So I do know Sarah Harmer, the singer. I spent 26 years living in Toronto, so I know who you're talking about. And if I think what you're talking about, the Toronto escarpment is, she's probably talking about more development in terms of housing and infrastructure as opposed to resource development. Yeah.
John, anything on
And the specific, yeah, I don't, I'm presuming there's, again, global leader in medical isotope through the production of power and and natural uranium. So I'm presuming it is, but and yeah, I can't speak to supply or getting you more. So, but
George, we'll put a pin on that one for you.
yeah.
Rachel, maybe, and then that might be just about the end of our time.
Sure, I didn't want to stand between you and us all and coffee break. Rachel Ziemba, Center for New American Security. A very quick comment on the Indigenous point. I'm wondering whether there's more scope for subnational, I mean, you've talked about tribal sort of engagement, but states where, I mean, there's some trade elements that are, obviously done at federal levels, but, and I'm sure you've already been doing that engagement, but especially in this context of state, the state rules. Lisa, you and Heather, I think you all talked about the sort of new LNG export, sort of access. I'm wondering if there are other policies on the Canadian side that you think are really important to address the egress issues, particularly LNG to Europe, for example. A lot of the infrastructure very much focused on Asia, which is a large demander, but just any thoughts there, or like if you had a sort of a wish list of what's the thing you really wanted, either a specific policy change, what would that be?
That was going to be my last question to you anyways, Lisa, so thank you, Rachel. You teed us off, yeah.
Since we're over time, I'll just maybe pick it up in the coffee break, but I would just say, just as an anecdote, 2 years ago, the German Chancellor came to Canada looking for Canadian LNG. And he was told by our Prime Minister that there was no business case for LNG. And then Germany went home and in the course of 2 years, built 3, count them 1, 2, 3, and in 2 years, LNG import facilities. And I guess that's my frustration with a lot of the federal policy in respect of energy and not just energy, economic policy, and now strategic security policy, is that it seems to be out of step with the state of the world today. And the time to get something built, and Heather probably has better numbers than I do, but the time to get something built in Canada is, in terms of egress and new projects, is just, if Germany can decide that it's a strategic priority for their country and can get 3 brand new from ideation to operational in under 2 years, it shouldn't take us literally 8 to 16 years to get something built in Canada. So I just think there needs to be, I'll go back to something I said earlier, which is Canada really needs to catch up on a lot of things and really understand and really embrace the fact that we are blessed with some of the most prolific natural gas and oil resources in the world. Embrace the fact that we have some of the most responsibly produced, with some of the most cutting edge technology, emissions reducing technology. And right here and now, looking across the globe, understanding and embracing the fact that that blessing underpins our hard and soft power as a nation, as opposed to putting in policies like the emission cap, which really undercuts that. So I'll stop talking.
Perfect. John, any final last words before we close it up?
Yeah, I think in Canada, what we say a lot is the path to development runs through Indigenous lands. And so Indigenous relationships are starting to be viewed, and it's becoming the dominant view, as a competitive advantage, as partnership, as a way to, where there's a stronger business case in terms, again, getting regulatory reform, moving projects through certainty. Investor sentiment is changing, where Indigenous people are not necessarily viewed as risks to development, and we're kind of we're seeing a transition in that relationship. And so if there's, if there's challenges cross-border, have a look at those relationships and those challenges. And then there is a business case that's been built in Canada. And again, that relationship is natural resource development's competitive advantage. And we're going to lean into it, and proud to do so across all industries.
Great, thanks, John. So please join me in thanking the panel. And now I'll turn it over to Brigham.
Thank you all very much, and what a wonderful panel that was. Coffee, pastries, in the back of the room for the next 15 minutes. We'll start back up at 11:15 with our next panel. Thank you all so much. Jamie's got it.
Resourceful, very good.
Great. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Moving on to our second panel of the day. An energy abundance mindset. How can North America lead? We're fortunate to be joined to have such a distinguished panel today. One note, Julia Neshwat of TC Energy, who's also at the Atlantic Council, was not able to make it today. Her plane was not going to get here in time. First world problems, I suppose, but we're sad to miss her. However, Edward Burrier, her Director of Public Policy at TC Energy, has graciously accepted an invitation to step in. And since he's not in the program, let me just say that his decades as global public policy and international finance professional. You served for 19 years?
18.
18, close. 18 years in the U.S. House on the Committee on Foreign Affairs and also in professional staff offices. And my favorite part, being a naval officer, is although you're not a naval officer, you're a graduate of the U.S. Naval War College.
That's right.
So thank you so much for joining us. And then sitting next to him is Rachel Zimba, who's the Adjunct Senior Fellow at the Center for New American Security, CNAS. And then Thomas Duesterberg, Senior Fellow here at the Hudson Institute. Well, let's get into it. How can North America lead? What can we do to bring U.S. and Canada closer in sharing our strengths, mitigating our weaknesses? We've all agreed to 5 minutes of opening statements before significant cross-examination. Edward, please, floor is yours.
Yeah, sure. No, well, it's great to be back at Hudson, and I really appreciate you letting me step in last minute to pinch hit, or as the Canadians might say, to lace up my skates. So, but I really want to thank you and Heather, Hudson and MLI for focusing on this issue. It is absolutely critical, and I know that CNAP's, the tagline there is friends tell friends the truth. And as Lisa was mentioning, we've got a ways to go on that front. The Canadian government had a emissions cap policy introduced this week, a cap on production. Meanwhile, we had the United States, I think it's fair to say, embracing its energy resources was a part of the election results there. As you mentioned, I'm the Director of Public Policy at TC Energy. I've been there for about a year and a quarter. Previously, I served as Executive Vice President at the U.S. Development Finance Corporation, which did a lot of investing in the developing world, and we did a lot in energy resources because it's so fundamental to countries' development. And then I was on Capitol Hill, as you mentioned, for longer than I care to admit. But TC Energy, for those that don't know, we are really unique. We are natural gas pipelines across Canada, the United States, and Mexico, and then own a little under half of Bruce Power in Ontario, which is the largest operating nuclear power plant in the world today. So across Canada, we move about 75% of Canada's gas, and then across the United States and Mexico, That's about 30% of our natural gas, and including about 30% of what we export goes through our infrastructure. So I'm really proud to say that it's a company that is absolutely vital to North American energy preeminence, if I've got the title right. You know, I bet you most of the people in this room last week read Daniel Yergin's piece where he talked about our US LNG exports as a part of NATO's arsenal, which was kind of interesting because I hadn't seen that framing before, but it really resonated with me, you know, back on when I was on Capitol Hill for Russia war and Ukraine won. You know, we used to kind of speculate about what would happen if the Russians eliminated Europe's access to gas. And so now we don't have to speculate or go through these hypotheticals. We know what's happening. We know it just means that US and our leadership on the continent is now more important than ever. So I bet most people saw the Yergin piece, but I bet you not many know that last month, 2 weeks ago, there was a tanker that came to the east coast of Mexico to an LNG facility connected to a TC Energy pipeline that filled up and crossed to Europe. That's kind of, to me, the latest symbol of us working as a block together. That's US gas coming down. We've got so much in Texas that's coming down, and now Mexico is going to be a part of the arsenal, so to speak, that these shipments are literally keeping the lights on in Europe. And so obviously President-elect Trump now has promised that one of the initial policy moves would be to end this pause on the review of LNG export facilities to continue our leadership. Heather spoke about in the next several months, we're going to have on the west coast of Canada, LNG Canada come online, again connected by a TC Energy pipeline. And that is LNG going to Asia in half the time, avoiding the Panama Canal, which is becoming more congested, drought-stricken. There's just a choke point there. And like here at home, the energy demands in Asia are just exploding, and that's AI, that's data centers, that population growth, that's electrification. But unlike here, where we've enjoyed the coal to gas switching to reduce our emissions, if you look at Asia, that is where all of the emissions are coming from. And so the best thing that we can do for decarbonization is getting as much gas from North America to Asia as quickly as possible. So that's going to be coming online. And then in the next year on the west coast of Mexico, there's also going to be an LNG facility coming online, again, as a straight shot to Asia. But here at home, I think we often always take things for granted, but our abundant natural gas resources and their affordability are absolutely essential. You know, it's axiomatic that energy abundance is critical to our economic growth. And I think as you looked at the last presidential campaign on both sides, a large focus on manufacturing here at home, and they both, you know, that bipartisan consensus is enabled by the fact that we have access to cheap energy that would make that possible. And then, you know, I think that we can't have a conversation about energy without talking about artificial intelligence. We have an absolute essential race going on right now to develop artificial intelligence and this technology. And the United States, we've got the technology, we've got the innovation, but I think increasingly a lot of people are asking, will we have enough energy? In China, as one senator put it, that Chinese Communist Party, they will not think twice about turning on the energy so that they can win the AI race. We've got to run our regulatory gauntlet here in the United States to make sure that we have the energy. There's been a lot of headlines recently about the role that nuclear will play in AI, which is really exciting, but the fact of the matter is that those are coming online end of this decade, if we're lucky. And so in the immediate, that's a real big role for natural gas to play for sure. So our resources here are just absolutely vital. And that's for our economy, our workers, our strengthening our allies. But as I mentioned, the Canadians this week moving in a bit of an opposite direction of essentially capping their energy production. And that's just going to harm families and businesses and continental energy security. And I think as we've been speaking, the demands are surging. And so that will be met. Whether it's going to be U.S. energy, I just kind of coincidentally, Venezuelan exports hit a high this week. So here we have kind of Western democracies tamping down their resources and others ramping up. And so that's a mismatch. So we've got a little ways to go before we have mind share on the energy abundance mindset. But part of this conversation is about getting there. And so I'm so glad that we're having it today.
Okay. Edward, thank you for that opening. That's very insightful. Rachel, over to you.
Thank you, and thank you to Brigham and Heather and all of you for having me here today. I spend a lot of my time thinking about developments of illicit shipping and financial networks and energy as sort of thinking about places like Venezuela. But I'm going to talk today on the other thing I spend a lot of my time on, which are critical mineral supply chains. I'm sure oil and gas will come up in our conversation, but Heather suggested I talk about critical minerals, which are really a key part of all of these manufacturing goals and the like. I mean, and this has really been an area where I think the U.S. and Canada and some other like-minded countries like Australia have really kind of gotten with the program in recent years. But the challenge is how to actually implement and particularly to deal with what is sort of China's dominance in this space. Now, the good news, I have some good news, some bad news, and some work that we have to do together. The good news is that the U.S. and Canada have woken up to both the opportunity but also the importance of these supply chains. And happy in the Q&A to talk about which ones I think are most viable. For many years, only people in the military were really focused on this. And now it's really sort of the opportunity is at play. Many government departments across both countries are actively looking for how can they support. In Canada, many provinces have really come up with a set of policies. I point out, I think Manitoba recently coming on, and I have to give credit to Heather for pointing this out to me, but came up with a one-stop shop in this space. So we are seeing governments trying to streamline. There is still work to be done on actual streamlining. Other good news, there are brownfield investment sites, former mines that were abandoned that actually already have infrastructure that could more easily be deployed. We heard earlier about how long it takes to build a pipeline, how long it takes to build. All of those are equally true on the mining side. So if you already have connectors and roads, that's important. Government incentives have been really important, including those in the IRA here in the United States, and some efforts and efforts in Canada. The challenge, I think, that we will sort of get to, though, is one of whether the timing of those incentives matches with the long lead times. The other good news that I see is that there's been government learning. So we saw in the last week or so adjustments to the tax incentives from the Inflation Reduction Act 45X that actually close a loophole and make it more valuable for companies in the US to use domestic mining. So that element of industry speaking up and saying, here, there's a real problem, and trying to sort of close that loophole, I think that's a positive sign. And of course, the Chinese, in using their own export bans and licensing restrictions, are actually reinforcing the importance of these supply chains. Restrictions on graphite, restrictions on gallium and germanium, all of these, even if they've not all been fully implemented, these highlight the scale of the problem.
Other positive news, some pilot projects, processing, for example, in Saskatchewan. There are some elements of, there's some elements to be positive about. The challenge is the scale, which I guess, brings me to the bad news, right? The bad news is China dominates the processing of these minerals, and is done so with a long-term focus that sort of leads to a temporal problem, right? We can see long-term demand for many of these minerals, but the price today, and I'm thinking particularly of lithium, it's the point, the price today has cratered. That's caused mines in places like Australia to be shuttered. It's caused projects in Canada to maybe be either suspended or put on hold. And so there's a need to bridge that, bridge that gap. Also, and that's where I guess we sort of brings us to sort of some of the policy conclusions of what we can do. We can come to this more in the Q&A. The other problem is one of where the money's been allocated. In Canada in particular, I've been somewhat critical of the fact that a lot of the government incentives have gone to last mile projects, right? Battery plants connected with auto companies. This is important, a part of the piece, but you can't build out the supply chain just by focusing on the last mile. And so I think that's where some of the different policy, filling out, fleshing that out, particularly since if one of the goals of the investment incentives was to try to create supply chains that relied less on Chinese and Chinese military supply chains, if you just build the battery plant and not invest in the mines and the processing at home, then you're either going to end up with batteries that can't go into cars to go into the US. So what was the goal? And so I think there's a lot of trade-offs here. The other thing that can either be a bad news or a good news story is an interest from other players that can take a long-term perspective. And I'm thinking here particularly about Saudi Arabia and the UAE, who have been active in Saudi Arabia's case, investing in their own mining operations at home or circling the world to try to get people interested in their mining operations at home. And the UAE that's been investing heavily in Africa. There is an opportunity to sort of to leverage these partnerships, but they also might be competitors that are more willing to wait and take some losses now. So what's to be done, right? I want to leave you with some good news. Coordination and prioritization, both at home in each of the countries and collectively. There is some positive developments that have materialized from things like the Mineral Securities Partnership with other like-minded countries, this interaction between government and business about where the problem points are, the pain points are. I think this is important. There are several pieces of legislation in front of Congress right now that are trying to coordinate efforts within the US government in this space. The work in that way, and even just coming up with a common list of which minerals are prioritized. We also, part of coordination and prioritization is saying that there are not only some that are more important, but some where that the US and Canada should focus on less. Permitting reform, a big one, right? We haven't explicitly talked a lot about that, but one thing that heartened me in this election campaign was that both parties were starting to talk about permitting reform in a way that I've not seen for some time, and that's essential across the energy space, across the infrastructure space. It's important for business to know what projects can go ahead and which ones are going to get stuck. Financial infrastructure is necessary to address some of the temporal challenges here. Right now, many of these minerals are traded only lightly. There's no opportunities to hedge. There's no opportunities for sort of financially creating a stockpile. There's some developments along those lines. The Chicago Merc just recently launched a new lithium carbonate index. I think there's going to be more element of needing to sort of create those markets and facilitate that. And both the US and Canada, I think, can look close to home and think about ways that the different exchanges could better facilitate getting funding, not to both processing and mining.
Canada historically has been a major place where junior miners from around the world come for investment, and there have been some changes that have made it somewhat less attractive of late. And we've talked here, we're talking today about what the US and Canada can do together, but I think it's really important in this space that there's space for a lot of third countries, not only places like Australia that share some of our values and business practices, but also other countries that are looking for investment in themselves to move up the value chain. Canada, North America is blessed with many of these key resources, but there's some that are in other countries, and I think it's very important in this goal of sort of increasing the security to make sure that these rules can be a platform. And I'm sorry, that was way more than 5 minutes, but look forward to the further discussion.
No problem at all. Thank you for your thoughts. Tom?
Okay, well, thanks for having me, and thanks for all of you turning out to listen to us and think about these issues. I'm a big fan of the North America as the arsenal of energy democracy, and with some emphasis on democracy, because we've got several wars going on around the world. We have a challenge from China, Russia, Iran, Venezuela, a new axis, if you will, of authoritarianism. I want to quickly take up what Rachel was saying about critical minerals, including uranium, but it's important to the United States to have better cooperation with Canada, partly because even if we have regulatory relief, permitting relief in the United States, opening a new mine in the United States now takes 10 years plus to get things going. So this is a long-term thing. Permitting reform could be undone by another successor administration. So it's important. Canada seems to be more willing to do the mining, hopefully the processing as well. The second thing I would say about critical minerals, Canada has a lot of those. We actually have, Mountain Pass mine. We mine uranium. We're not as good at processing, but we're actually making progress there. But one thing we need to focus on is we don't want to let China buy up all of our mines. I mean, Canada especially has allowed China to move in and take over some of the mines. I think it's going to be, I'm all for growing nuclear, so uranium supply will be important. I wish I were more optimistic about permitting reform for nuclear here in the United States. The NRC is famous for slow walking guidance from the political sector. So, and again, it's a very long-term process to get mining and processing rebuilt. A brief word on electricity. We talked about AI a little bit, the need for more electricity. Canada has all these beautiful hydro resources that they seem to be willing to develop and share with the United States. And I think it's a perfect fit because the areas of the United States that tend to discourage new development of electricity, for instance, New England, which won't allow natural gas pipelines to bring power to that area of the country, and the West Coast, which is temperamentally, politically against any sort of energy development. And I think if we can work together on transmission across the borders, coordinate our standards for electric transmission lines, I think that would be great addition to the North American arsenal of energy. Let me say a few words about oil and gas and try to put it into context of this new administration. One of the things that spurred, as we've talked about in both panels, development of new resources, both Canada and the United States, gas and oil, with especially the war in Ukraine and the need to backfill energy provision for Europe. I think we need to continue this, but there are certain elements of policy that really, U.S. policy, but I guess also in Canada, we have not enforced the sanctions on Russian oil, on Venezuelan oil, and on Iranian oil. We all know this, but the impacts of this are pretty significant. I mean, just in terms of environmental protection, you know, the Russians and the Venezuelans, the Iranians, they're not particularly concerned to limit their production. And they're some of the highest, for instance, methane emitters in the world, especially Russia and Venezuela. So there's that reason to, instead of trading limitations on our production in the United States and allowing the continuation of production and sales of Russian, Iranian oil, I think we ought to make a serious effort to enforce the sanctions. I mean, that's maybe a radical idea, but if we're really serious about doing damage to the Russian economy, the only thing they got left to support that economy and support the war is oil and gas sales. A lot of that's going to China at reduced prices, right? Below market or global market prices. One of the consequences of that is that China has been enabled to compete in the manufacturing sector. Look at the chemicals industry. China has grown exponentially in production of chemicals. They're a big exporter of chemicals now. A decade ago, 2 decades ago, when our shale revolution started here in the United States, all the German chemical companies were coming to the United States because of the cheap, especially gas, which is the feedstock of choice here in the US. Now they're going to China. So if we're going to have a manufacturing revival in this country, we shouldn't trade off allowing our adversaries, you know, in 2 wars to pick up the cheap oil that is Russia is offering. So enforcing sanctions, I think, is something important to think about, even in a post-war situation, because I don't think the world would want to be as dependent on oil and gas from those areas as it previously was, for environmental reasons, if for nothing else. And finally, I wanted to make a comment on the potential across-the-board tariffs that our new president and his advisors are talking about. I think it would be a big mistake. It would blow up the world trade system, at least the consistency of the world trade system. And for that reason alone, it's a bad idea. But there are ways to fight back, and I think the US and Canada, the business sectors ought to take seriously a recent Supreme Court decision called, colloquially, the Chevron decision, which will limit in the United States the ability of the executive branch to go beyond statutory language in all kinds of areas. I mean, in terms of permitting, for instance, permitting reform, it's going to have to conform to existing law. But trade law, as far as I can tell, and there are lots of better trade lawyers, I am not a lawyer, who are starting to make the argument that across-the-board tariffs on our friends really can't be justified under existing law. So unless Congress changes that law, I think companies who are harmed by across-the-board tariffs, such as the petroleum industry, or in the United States, the Midwestern refiners, that are going to be hurt badly. I learned from the first panel. I think we ought to take seriously the possibility of trying to push back against across-the-board tariffs through the U.S. legal system. I mean, the U.S. business community will probably do that anyway, but there is a better chance, I think, looking ahead to get some relief. So let me stop there. I'm sorry I talked too
Oh, that's
much as well.
wonderful. That's three great openings, and you all have spoken about some stuff that is resonating with me. And first, let me just throw out a couple things and statements. And if you agree with them, maybe they don't need to be discussed, but maybe you disagree or want to discuss them. First of all, that is that we make policy decisions sometimes that sound really good on paper, right? And they have unintended consequences for us. We can take a look at the European sanctions, well-intended on Russian oil and gas. It caused the Europeans to spend a lot more for oil and gas. It allowed others like people in China and India to, in essence, receive subsidized oil and gas. And to some extent, it seems as though it's not LNG imports that are the problem for Europe right now. It's Europe's inability to secure long-term contracts. Or their unwillingness because they don't think they're going to need it, and they're using spot market prices. Well, no wonder it's incredibly expensive. So I think as U.S. and Canada, we could help out there. Other unintended policy consequences, almost 20 years ago, George W. Bush signed an executive order to expedite cross-border infrastructure facilities, including energy, to hurry up NEPA. And then his successor used that same executive order to block the Keystone Pipeline because it wasn't studied enough. So, some of these well-intended policies can be certainly manipulated. And I think as far as Canada and the U.S. are concerned with the new administration, really, and I hope you all agree with this, but maybe not, that we all need to be seen as sort of the same group, right? U.S. and Canada together. I grew up close to Canada. Frankly, when I grew up, I never thought of Canadians as not being in the same country. I mean, I knew that, but I didn't really think that, right? Because they're just like us. They're so nice, except when it comes to the hockey game. So, to borrow a moniker from the UK, better together is probably where we want to be. And I think, and this is where I'm really out on a limb, if somebody wants to correct, under the USMCA, there are no tariffs on oil and gas. But these things get revisited, and I think in 2026. So there is a concern there. Does that spur any thoughts or comments?
I'll go first. I generally agree with everything that you said. Policy development, my own kind of theory too, is it's so slow and it doesn't reflect the realities that we have today. So in many cases, you'll find people, maybe there's an international summit, and maybe let's just say it's in 2015, G7, G20 gets together and they say, we're going to do X. Well, it takes countries several years to all of a sudden say, we want to get emissions to a certain level. In the meantime, demand, energy, it's gone up, and no one stopped to revisit what the goals were that were oftentimes set years previous. And so I bet as we kind of peel back the onion on this Canadian policy that we're talking about, I think we all know that it's not really going to be reflective of reality. So that's one issue there. But
Yeah, well, can I follow up on that real quickly? You have a very famous professor in your country who's well noted for his energy expertise, who says the world has never used less energy, only more. This fiction that we will save our way into some sort of nirvana is not true, right? And so have policymakers failed to take into account that a successful, thriving community actually uses more? This is before, right, AI and data centers.
yeah. No, I mean, we're at a world of energy addition. We've got one energy source that's ever been phased out, and that's whale oil. Yeah. Everything else is on top of everything else. So, yeah.
Okay, Rachel.
Yeah.
you were
No,
gonna-
I mean, I think your point on unintended consequences and, and Edward's on this sort of question mark of like needing to revisit the strategy and goal. And that's relevant, I think, also to this question mark about sanctions enforcement. One of the question marks, I think, here, though, is, on the additive piece, I think is an important one. And in general, I mean, looking out at the landscape right now, things can move slow, but when there's a real national security imperative, I think the events of the last several years show us that some countries at least can move fast, right? Lisa highlighted Germany. I think also we have seen investors move fast in the US when there were sort of incentives to pull in that capital. And I know there's going to be questions of which parts of those incentives and the pulling in investment will sort of survive. What are the areas of focus? But I think from a business perspective, the more clarity there is on both the regulatory environment in which both domestic companies and foreign companies can rely on, but also where are the ways we want to use the sort of public balance sheet or not, that clarity is going to be important because the policy whiplash it can be really a problem. So I think I'm not to say, I mean, sometimes you can kind of create a goal, a sort of cornerstone of the Inflation Reduction Act was, sort of putting incentives at the sort of last point of batteries and electric vehicles, and there could be sort of reprioritization. But I think what's really important in this space where I think in a bipartisan manner, at least here in the United States, that there is a focus on, well, we need more of almost all of these energy sources. How do all the pieces come together on that? And to make sure it's done in a way that businesses that started operations and started plans aren't in a position where they say, okay, well, we've just got to mothball it. Now, that being said, sometimes in a boom time, some projects, not all projects are going to go ahead. And so we shouldn't look and say, I think we can all, those of us in the resource sector, boom bust cycles are not only a story of prices, but also sometimes everybody gets in and not all the projects survive. So there's going to be that story, but that policy predictability piece, I think, is going to be really important.
And I think that's really important on the LNG piece because others will say we need to study. By the way, they did study. DOE did study in 15 and 16, and they did study during the current administration, and we're told that's not the right answer. Go back and study it some more. But if every LNG project that is on the books, the assumption is they all get built and it's oversupplied. That is never going to happen, right? Because capital doesn't get deployed that way. And I think that's the point you were making, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Tom?
I would only add that what Winston Churchill once said, nothing concentrates the mind like flying bullets or something like that when he was down in South Africa when I was a young man. So we got two wars going on. We got, threat of China moving on Taiwan. I would just emphasize that this transition or this development of, what we've been talking about, the energy arsenal of democracy. This is a long-term project. I mean, if the war in Ukraine is settled, we've got China trying to lead the authoritarian brigades to undermine the Bretton Woods system, to displace European, North American manufacturing. So we've got to keep at this. I don't think that Europe will want to be as dependent on Russian oil and gas as they were. So even if we make some progress here, progress is going to take a long time. I mean, getting the mining sector going, it's just going to take time. And we have to be persistent about it because China's, one of their modus operandi are to undermine competing industries by flooding the market like they did with critical minerals, 10 or 15 years ago, and they've cut off gallium and germanium, graphite, simply as a mechanism to make sure that we don't develop our own industry in the West, to overuse that term, but North America. So this is a long-term project, and we have to keep that in mind.
Well, we're seeing that right now in Latin America with the influx of Chinese EVs. China trying to establish a beachhead in Hungary to build batteries and to gain entree into the EU. One of the things I've said in the past is if we look back, last year was the 75th anniversary of the Arab oil embargo, and we did a program on that here at Hudson, and it was sort of out of the pan into the fire because there were some wanting to hurry a transition. We haven't really talked about the transition, and I think, let me just say, we always have an energy mix, and it shouldn't be an either or. It's an additive process, and you, maybe other than a cousin I have, there's more than a hammer in the toolbox. You can't use a hammer on everything. And so different things play different strengths, but we certainly need a longer glide slope to get there without destroying our economy and deindustrializing. But your point about China is really important because the other alternative is, we've gotten ourselves off Middle Eastern oil. We've become somewhat North American energy independent. I think we can say that, or we'll more likely see more of that, versus then transferring to another world where we're not just dependent on the raw material, we're dependent on all the raw materials, the entire supply chain of renewables, and that's why this has to be created within North America. Does that resonate with you all?
Let alone dependent on the end state manufactured vehicles. I mean, EVs, solar panels, wind. I mean, the Chinese are, long-term goal, and they're almost there, is dominating those industries too.
Another aspect of this, Brigham, it's been mentioned, but it's worth emphasizing. We talked about the length to get mines approved and running, but there's also the processing step too. And it's not just getting it out of the ground. They've got to be processed and developed. And for all of these minerals, all of that is usually in China. And so the more that we can get domestically, I mentioned I was at the Development Finance Corporation when I was in government. So we would have, folks would come in and say, we've got a proposal for a mine. We want US financing in Africa, great project. How are you going to pay your loan back? They said, good news. We've got long-term contracts, offtake agreements. Oh, great. Who's that with? Oh, all Chinese state-owned enterprise. It's like, okay, well, US government, we can't finance that. But the good news is that through some of the efforts of the last several years, there is some more processing being set up in the United States. And so in theory, that supply chain is potentially more attainable.
Okay. Well, and I think there is some hope here in the U.S., even amongst, on both sides of the aisle, because, in the last 6 months, I've heard Democratic senators and congressmen literally say, No, NEPA is not a bedrock environmental law. It's a procedural process rule. It's not the Clean Air Act. It's not the Clean Water Act. And we have to do better. 10 years for a mine, 10 years for a new transmission line, in some cases, not acceptable. Do you see this as good news?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a lot of, as you were mentioning, it's not, it's everything. You know, renewables, oil and gas, everybody is in the same boat in the fact that we just can't build the way that we need to build. And so that at least offers a base ingredient to get the sides together. And so obviously there's, you know, maybe something happens in the lame duck, but obviously I think the next administration is going to be thinking very seriously about this.
I mean, the first step is recognizing when you have a problem, right? And I think that's
the road to recovery, right?
Yeah, and you know, and then the next steps are sort of the solutions and trying to actually sort of step that. So I think the fact that across a number of these areas, there's maybe more recognition of either where the pain points are or what the things are. But yeah, that sort of element of thinking about, well, what are the things that are slowing things down? And from a business perspective, if there are areas where it's going to be, you know, very, you know, sort of very difficult to, you know, I mean, this question mark on, say, solar. You know, solar may be one of those where, you know, we just can't, you know, sort of can't chase it, you know, we might have missed the moment to chase China and sort of, you know, develop that, you know, sort of that industry again. There may be other areas that are more important in terms of like battery chemistries and the like. You know, there's different questions, and I do think we have to prioritize. The other one I think is just this sort of element of, actually, no, I'll stop there. I'll let others.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tom, do you, you know, if you were reading the tea leaves with the new administration, I've seen some indication of this. Do you see a return to maximum pressure being applied to Iran and to some extent Venezuela? Perhaps that would then reduce their ability to export energy?
A short answer, yes. I do. The war, the ongoing war clarified the minds, but it also, I think, revealed the extent to which there was a strategy on the part of the Biden administration to try to negotiate with Iran. And we have this result now of a three-front war, which again clarifies the minds. And I'm morally certain that this administration will really want to toughen that up. The ability to change the direction of Iran's theocracy, I think, has been proven to be almost impossible.
Right.
Can I mention something on the sanctions?
Yeah.
As we mentioned at the top, I was on Capitol Hill for a long time, so I remember in our Foreign Affairs Committee, we had the jurisdiction over sanctions, and so I remember in the very early days, you know, administration would come in, both Republican and Democrat, and just talk about the energy situation. They would say, you're going to wreck energy markets and Americans are going to pay more energy prices. So how far we have come, getting back to the energy abundance mindset.
Yeah.
The United States now has a hand where we can enforce these sanctions on Iran, but it's also been Russian LNG. Right now, think back probably 10, 15 years ago, we would not be in that position where we want to be hitting at Russian LNG. Now we're able to do that.
Because of the impact on global and our domestic prices,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so our price has been more stable because of that energy abundance. So it's been a real tremendous advantage for us globally.
Yeah. Yeah, which I think, I started tracking Iran sanctions in 2010, or the push for it. That element of, at the point, thinking that losing 1 million barrels a day would be the sort of thing that would be so detrimental to the global economy. And I think the element of the shale revolution and production, elsewhere, sort of in the Americas, it's really been a game changer. I do think that when we think about enforcement, I guess there are two thoughts on the sanctions piece. One is that the policy choices that have been made have meant that, if anything, the trade with some of these countries has gone more underground. And a whole web, well, I mean, I guess it's still above ground, it's on the water. But in the sense of webs of intermediaries, sort of involvement in illicit shipping and financial networks, which paradoxically make it harder from an enforcement perspective. Maybe it's easier from an oil supply perspective and alternatives. But so there's a choice in trade-offs. And look, I think in this, in the new administration, thinking about maybe there's more of a willingness to, or more of a comfort of maybe tightening up on Iran sanctions, which really means hitting the Chinese end buyers. Right? It means not just sanctioning tanker X and Y and the shell companies in the UAE and Malaysia and China. It really is the banks that facilitate. It's a variety of things. So I think the question mark will be, how does it fit into the broader trade, sort of trade and economic structure? And that's where I think it's going to be important to think about goals and strategies, and maybe how important it is for the US to think about building secure other supply chains, and not, if the goal is keeping these malign actors from benefiting from the system, it might mean that cross-the-board tariffs on all countries in the global economy, is not a pathway one should pursue.
Yeah.
So I think that trade-off point is going to be an important one, and I know it's already one that in the public and private conversations are happening.
I think that's very important, because they're not monolithic tariffs. I think they'll be applied selectively based on domestic and foreign policy priorities, right? Did you want to say anything before we move to? I want to move to audience engagement. Time has just flown by. I mean, I feel like we could do this for another hour. And so before we go to audience questions, for a quick closing, I was thinking of two things we didn't get to. One is, I was remembering as a kid the cross-border cooperation on automotive parts, Fisher Auto Body in Ontario, and
sure,
it was no big deal to run stuff back and forth between the countries, and it helped both, and sort of that. And number two, are there other friends and allies that are really good at producing energy products that we should also include in our thoughts? And the answer, I presume, is obviously yes, with lots of allies. And there are other countries that do things in a very responsible manner of creating energy as well. But let me hold right there and move to the audience. Who has a, yes, sir, right here.
Chase Winter with Energy Intelligence. This is a North American conference. I haven't heard the word Mexico once yet. Where do you see Mexico fitting in here?
Yeah, it is fair. It's more of a U.S. and Canadian energy conference between our two organizations. I think the U.S. and Canada, personal view, and you all want to answer this or not, is that we are closer aligned and more developed and ready to move forward. There's a lot of promise that could be done in Mexico, but a lot of that's going to depend on their own domestic stability moving forward. But there is a lot of opportunity there, but it remains untapped, quite honestly.
I was partly kind of thinking about like the U.S., Canada, Mexico.
Yes.
That's going to become up for renewals, or how this all plays out, going into that.
I mean, go ahead. You have tangible things to say on this.
No. Well, thank you for raising it. And I did raise Mexico a couple of times. I just want to, and because our pipeline network is Canada, U.S., and Mexico. And I mentioned in my opening remarks, I'm very excited Mexico is setting up several LNG facilities. They just had one on the East Coast that just took their first shipment. There's a Sempra facility on the West Coast that is probably within the next year. We mentioned the length of getting these projects going. And that is all U.S., that is the quickest way that we can get U.S. gas to Asia and secure allies there and do decarbonization. And there's another facility right after the election, President Sheinbaum stood with Mexico Pacific. That's a very significant LNG facility, about $15 billion of U.S. investment in Mexico. And so it's all interconnected, but I'm under no illusions. The USMCA, I think anyone in this room is going to tell you that it's going to be a bumpy road. But you know, usually going through a process like that, we do get to a good result. So
Yeah, I think, so Brigham, framed the session as energy abundance. And I think the challenge in Mexico has that been for some time, Mexico's energy production has been shrinking. Now that's provided some good opportunities for U.S., especially gas companies, right? Sort of some of the very large LNG or sort of natural gas, pipe gas that goes to Mexico. I think there's a window of opportunity with the Sheinbaum government. We don't know yet exactly all the priorities, but not only have we seen her sort of dynamics, but she has come in and been thinking kind of across the board on energy, including on the renewable energy space and on power generation and transmission. Under the AMLO government, there was both policy reversals, but also a real focus on shoring up Pemex and making sure that it didn't default. And so there's this question mark and inflection point. To Brigham's question, what other partners do we have sort of on board? I think there's some interesting potential partnerships in the Americas, including Brazil and Argentina, and watching, Chile is challenging because of the Chinese involvement, but some elements of their operating regime might have key partnerships. Australia, I think, is a key one on critical minerals, and there's already a lot of legal sort of space, sort of there. And even some partnerships in Europe, even though I think trade-wise there's going to be a bit of a rocky road between the US and Europe. But some of the things that are being done on recycling of minerals, I think will be important. Not all minerals are amenable to sort of, recycling, but in this focus of invest in processing and develop these supply chains, some of the same tools that are used on processing also would go to recycle. So there might be sort of a win-win there. And certainly on the trade side, Mexico will be key, and this involvement in the sort of automotive supply chain. And that's where I think Mexico has already started to themselves impose some tariffs on Chinese goods, not on electric vehicles, obviously, but on some of the raw and processed materials. I think probably there'll be more of a focus on Mexico and some others to maybe do, if not common external tariffs, but aligned ones. So yeah, to be continued, I think.
I also,
let me go to.
I'm sorry.
I'll be brief. First, I mean, there are all kinds of potential with Mexico in the energy sector especially, and there are maybe some green shoots, I hope so, but it's also going to depend on the United States. I worry a little bit about the America First focus of the Trump administration. We'll have to see. They did manage to renegotiate the original NAFTA. So there's some hope that as we go down the road, that will be, any renegotiation would be successful as well. Trump did show some flexibility in the past, so let's hope.
I just wanted to add real quickly, we talked about the role of gas and just kind of being so essential for people's economies. We have a project to go to the south of Mexico, which of course is a very impoverished area, which the Sheinbaum administration, it's a very high priority of theirs to encourage manufacturing in that sector. And so our projects are going to be vital for that. And so I wanted to mention that as well.
We have time for probably one more. How about in the back of the room there?
First of all, I'm Fernando Batista. I'm with Wolf Tank USA, and I'm happy with the panel that you've put together. Great commentary and so forth. I do have a question because I didn't hear anything about climate change, and the fact is that we've had the warmest year of warming in history, apparently. And so these fossil fuel technologies need to be refined. I don't believe in that we should not be using fossil fuel. I just think we should be more responsible about it. Going back to Venezuela, I understand that they have really not kept up with maintaining their equipment, kept up with keeping their technology at a clean level, let's say, as clean as possible for the petroleum refinery. We're looking at other options. Truthfully, I'm in the hydrogen business. I'd like to know what your thoughts are with regard to Canada and the US in terms of hydrogen development.
That is probably a panel in and of itself. That's a very great question. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out
It is. I mean,
how we do this in 3 minutes here, but go ahead.
I mean, talk about some interesting pilot projects that NRCan in Canada has supported. There's some smaller and growing scale, projects. It's one of the things, here in the US, there's also projects, and one of the things in the many conversations that are going on about what elements of, as I say, the Inflation Reduction Act, what parts maintain. There's, I think, some discussion that the hydrogen piece should be part of those. But yeah, I mean, I think, here, all of us in different ways, I think, have sort of highlighted the importance of being as efficient where we can with the different energy uses and the importance of maintaining those. I mean, I would agree with, I think, something Thomas alluded to, which is that, making sure to continue, that in my view, continuing to be as efficient on the energy, on the emissions side, on policy, and watching those policies around flaring and methane reduction. I think we've seen Canadian adjustments to what the market has asked for, which is things like whole life cycle emissions on natural gas, and some of the big buyers around the world, including in Asia, will care more and more about that. So I think there is an opportunity to make sure, as we're re-looking at environmental regulations, to not to sort of to think carefully about strategy.
I think, I know we're short on time, but just on, as to the reference to climate change, I think the best thing that we can be doing right now is as much coal to gas switching as we can, number one. Longer term, though, there's a lot of encouraging technologies out there, but they're going to require investment. And to Lisa's point earlier, we've got really Byzantine, just regulation on top of regulation on top of regulation. We need an environment that's going to encourage investment in our oil and gas industry, and that's going to be the best way to bring emissions down. And so we talked earlier about unintended policy consequences. One of the consequences is that capital is going to go elsewhere. And so that would be my very quick response to that.
Last word.
I'm a one-trick pony. We have to think about China and all of this, because if we offshore both energy production to providers like Russia or Venezuela and manufacturing to China, China doesn't have a very good record about being energy efficient. They've improved over the course of time, but the number of coal plants that they continue to build is just appalling. And so the strategy we've had or deployed in the last 10 years or so has both encouraged production in dirty producers and allowed China to continue to grow its economy, especially its manufacturing economy. Things like processing, they'll do whatever they have to do in, minerals processing. So trying to return production to the West writ large, I think is the best thing we can do to promote environmental responsibility.
Well, thank you all very much. This has been a fantastic panel discussion. We're going to have to leave it there. But thank you all. If I could have a round of applause for the panel. And we will now have a break for lunch. And there is a buffet behind you, so please enjoy, and we'll see you back
Enjoyed
here
your
in...
remarks, so I'll have to...
Sorry, 1 second. For our afternoon keynote in 30 minutes. Thank you all. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to interrupt your lunches, and please continue with that. At 12:45 here, the time is, wow, look at that, 12:45. I'd love to introduce the afternoon keynote speaker to you, who will chat while we finish our meals. The Honorable Paul DeBar is the former Undersecretary of Energy during the last Trump administration. And again, keeping with the nautical theme here today, is a graduate of the U.S. Naval Academy. So I felt that worth pointing out as well. But it's truly both a friend and an expert in the energy field, and we're very thrilled, Paul, that you can be here with us today. And so thank you very much, and please, the floor is yours.
Okay, great. Thank you. It's a very exciting week, obviously, I think, for policy and where the world's going to be going with energy. In my earlier days, I worked at J.P. Morgan running commodities trading, oil and gas and power and investment banking and energy. So I did many transactions with Emera and the former TransCanada and Algonquin and much of the Canadian energy space. And I think that's kind of, as well as obviously the United States and globally. But I think the interaction of the energy sector in North America is intertwined by people, by infrastructure, by ownership, which I think to a large degree the private sector drives policy because of the investment and the commonality across the border, and about the prospects of that coordination leading the world even more than it did in the past is upon us. So I'll talk through that a little bit. I did a paper last January or February at Hoover, and I'll be talking through a number of the points here today. It's got a large part of my speech is my Hoover paper, so you can take a look at that if you're interested in more detail. And my Hoover paper was U.S.-centric, but it was diplomacy-focused. And so the paper was titled U.S. Energy Superpower and a New Energy Diplomacy. And my first section on the diplomacy section was about Canada. So a little bit of a history here, so that's very applicable to this particular conference. So about 1 year ago, we reached the 50th anniversary of the 73 OPEC oil embargo, which inaugurated 2 generations of weakness in energy posture in the United States. However, in the last decade, the U.S. energy posture has shifted from one of weakness to global leading strengths. The U.S. has become the global energy superpower. Once the world's largest importer of energy, the U.S. became a net energy importer in 2019 when myself and many of my colleagues at that table were there on that momentous change. What are some of the data around that? The U.S. has become the largest producer of both oil and natural gas in the world. It is the largest exporter of natural gas in the world. And it is the 3rd largest exporter of oil. In addition, the United States has become the clear leader in the discovery of new energy technologies, and it has built upon its manufacturing leadership in a number of areas such as turbines and oil field service equipment, and expanding into the new energy technologies for manufacturing. And the United States dominates the world in capital raising for investments. If you look at the public equity markets, just as an example, the U.S. leads that by far, and number 2 in the world is London at 10% of the United States. No other country in the world combines that: production, technology, and capital leadership. As a result of that leadership and that giant shift of energy posture that has happened, the U.S. has achieved several very key points in terms of global energy markets. It has been the global leader in the increasing of energy production in the last 10 years. It has generated energy price deflation. During the time period of 2017 to 2020, oil prices were dropping in the world. And the prices for delivered power and for delivered oil and delivered gas was deflationary, right? Not disinflationary, de-inflationary. Prices were dropping. And how did that happen? That was done by technology innovation. The U.S. led the world in the reduction of emissions in the world. And the U.S. was a global leader in energy market stability and security, especially in the areas that we saw. I'll give a few examples here in a little bit of how we stabilize the world in terms of energy. Now here comes the even more powerful part, if that wasn't enough. 11 months ago, the U.S. and Canada oil and gas production overtook the whole of the Persian Gulf production. Let me say that again. The combined Canada and U.S. oil and gas production exceeded the combined Persian Gulf oil and gas production. The center of global energy production shifted to North America. That's where we're at here today. What's really strange about this town, there's a lot of strange things about this town. Most people don't know what I just said. Many people in this town think China's the leader in energy. It's truly amazing. Obviously, people don't get like the data points, right? People think Saudi Arabia is a dominant party in energy. Not to say that they're not powerful, but that shift and the combined shift of the US and Canada is truly stunning. So the strengths that I just listed through require a new take on how the US engages with the world, starting with Canada. New energy diplomacy is needed based on this energy strength. Not only has U.S. Diplomacy not caught up with this leadership, the United States and many people in the policy area haven't grasped that power. Many people are still moored in the old time period that, once again, started 10 years ago in terms of shifting, and are still thinking about that, and diplomacy needs to change as a result of that. So how did this happen, right? How did the U.S. go from the weakest power in the world when it came to energy posture to the strongest? That's a stunning shift. Okay, how'd that happen? In my kind of view, there was 3 drivers associated with that. The trigger, the first one, was significant energy technology advances. If you look at what's being deployed today, pretty much across the board in all the different energy types, in a generation ago, so 20 years ago, it did not exist. It was not commercial, right? So what are some of the inventions that took place? 3D seismic imaging, high-performance computing of analysis of geology data, directional drilling, hydraulic fracturing, solar PV did not exist in a commercial form. The lithium-ion battery was a science experiment funded by the Department of Energy and the National Science Foundation. By the way, when I was undersecretary, we won the Nobel Prize. And I went to the event, the Swedish event, on the celebration of American innovation in the lithium-ion battery. And the Canadian oil sands innovation revolution also occurred during this time frame. So that was the primary driver of the shift. What's the second driver? Second driver was impactful, all the above, pro-supply government policy. All the above, pro-supply government policy. And I think people live in this town that kind of know a bit of the details associated with that, whether it was the 2005 Act that delegated EPA authority to the states that allowed Texas to make the decision to drill and not Washington or North Dakota or Ohio. Obviously, the approvals in terms of LNG started in the mid-teens and accelerated dramatically during the Trump administration in terms of approvals. A lot of that shift in terms of BOE equivalent was in LNG, and it started during the Obama administration and significantly accelerated in terms of the approvals and the investment by the private sector. The 2016 Budget Act obviously traded off PTCs and ITCs for the Export Authority. And when myself and my colleagues were sitting in Secretary Perry's office in 2000, I forget exactly what year it was, and I remember, I think it was 18, when the EIA showed up in our office to pre-brief us on the next quarter's numbers. And we went from 0 to 1 million barrels a day, just like that. We just walked in and they go, look, we're exporting 1 million barrels a day on average. And, you know, for all the positivity that myself and my colleagues had, it was even stunning to me, right? Who thought that we were going to start exporting? I know we had the approvals, but the private sector drove it. We gave the permission. We gave the authorities. The way I would summarize public policy that was so impactful was, if you give me my pro-supply policies, I'll give you your pro-supply policies. Everyone on both sides of the aisle swam in the same direction, each one with their own kind of focus area, but it was all pro-supply. The third one, and I kind of mentioned this previously, was large increase in private sector investment, not government investment, not industrial policy. It was the private sector investment. So let me give you a few examples. Upstream oil and gas North America, so combined US and Canada, went up by 500% during this time frame. Private sector investment in oil and gas. And by the way, you can't even use a percent if you want to look at electric vehicles or solar or lithium-ion batteries, because they were literally 0. Okay, so it's kind of an infinite percent increase. Done by the private sector, not done by government spending. There's plenty of private money that's out there, and it made an impact. And there's one data point after another data point that showed that that was accomplished. Obviously, in the last 4 years, the United States has shifted towards industrial policy, which is more akin to what happens in China and in totalitarian enterprises. U.S. achieved everything I just said without that. So what are some of the data points? The U.S. went from 4 million barrels a day in 2008 to now we're right around 13 million barrels a day. And we accomplished that actually during the Trump administration. Then it dropped and that was kind of back. So between 2008 and the end of the Trump administration, we increased by 9 million barrels a day. For those of you who are familiar with the OPEC numbers and oil production, 9 million barrels a day is more than the total production of almost every country in OPEC. That's how much we added, right, on a daily basis. So the power associated with what I just described is truly tremendous, and that was kind of the drivers. So thinking about a bit about US and Canada combined. As I said, as these markets evolved and the US increased Canadian oil sands and Canadian natural gas production, there was tremendous growth associated with the combined US-Canada footprint. Obviously, the U.S. was, as was mentioned, is kind of the target for the delivery of a lot of oil and gas coming from Canada. The infrastructure was built, not all of it, but a good amount of it was built, that was proposed, to transport oil and gas production south. So it could either be refined in U.S. refineries in the south and or shipped directly out of U.S. ports. Canadian companies helped to build out significant gas and power transmission, including people here from TC Energy. Obviously, the Marcellus Shale was a giant investment on behalf of cross-border companies that allowed that natural gas production to be moved around and to be used and to achieve energy price deflation. Did I mention that before? Here's a few examples of what that power achieved, okay? In the mid-teens, OPEC tried to raise oil prices, so 2015, 16, 17, tried to raise prices by cutting back in production. A pretty typical kind of OPEC point. You know what happened? The US and Canada filled it. They lost market share. And the US and Canada filled it completely. If you look at the data, 100% of the increase in oil production during this time frame, and globally, 100% was from the United States. there's a tremendous amount of pushback that when OPEC tried to exert its traditional power, that this energy dominance, this energy superpower, was able to push back on the cartel. Also, during this time frame, U.S. oil producers were cutting shale lifting costs annually. If you go back and look at the data, it's the most exciting, sorry, I'm an oil and gas person or an energy person. You look at the lifting costs for the Permian Basin, right? And if you look at it, what the average Permian, EI produces this data. Every year, the price dropped. The price dropped. Why did we have a deflation? It's because of innovation. And there's charts that show that the lifting costs associated with oil and gas was dropping every year. And we were setting the price for the world. Okay, and so given we were driving down marginal costs, this is kind of like microecon 101, we were able to drive inflation down. I think when anyone hears from President Trump about driving down inflation, he talks about energy because he achieved it during his time frame. And it was achieved because of the 3 points I just raised, right? Energy innovation, good public policy, private sector capital. Let me give you a few other data points. When we wanted to impose embargoes on Venezuela and Iran for other political purposes, prices didn't go up. Where'd the oil come from? Came from the United States and Canada. When Iran attacked the Saudi Aramco facilities in 2019 with their drones, prices barely moved. Why? The market thought the United States was going to fill the gap. When the United States decided to move its embassy in Israel to Jerusalem, the Trump administration knew that OPEC could not retaliate like it did in 1973. That was actually discussed in the Situation Room. During the late 2010s, the United States was helped to organize the Central European 3 Seas Initiative to get it ready for the potential conflict with Russia. This was discussed, that there was risk. And everyone, I don't know if everyone remembers, I certainly remember, when President Trump got up at the UN and lectured the Germans and said, you're stuck on Russian natural gas and you're going to regret it. And they panned to the German delegation who was laughing at him. I would love to go meet those 3 people today. Obviously, the U.S. was the key stabilizer when COVID hit, when actually there was a giant reduction associated with the demand for energy. And we used the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to buy excess oil, to place excess oil. And as a result, and I wrote about this in my I read for the Wall Street Journal, for OPEC, various OPEC countries at that time frame called us up and asked us if we would permanently coordinate with OPEC as the leading oil producer in the world. It was effectively asking us to join OPEC+. Stop and absorb that for a quick second. OPEC asked us to join. I mean, like literally, we would sit there in the office and be stunned on a regular basis about various things that was going on. So obviously, there's many more than that, but those are a few examples. So as we think about policy and we think about diplomacy, and where do we take that going forward? How do we take this power going forward? How do we build on diplomacy? The first one, in order to actually move the ball forward, and once again, I kind of said this previously, and I know this sounds horribly silly, but having continued to testify in Congress, I still get really silly questions about this topic. We actually need to develop awareness, in particular, in this town's the worst place in the country on this topic, right? Develop awareness that we're the leading power in the world on energy. And it's not China, and it's not Saudi Arabia. So if someone says the oil prices are going wrong, it's the Saudis' fault. No. US and Canada combined have the power if they decide to exert it. So first of all, that's just that awareness of where the US fits. I was testifying before ENC in this Congress, and people were saying, well, China is the most powerful country in the world in energy. I go like, just look at the data. You're just like wrong, right? So so that awareness, I think, is the first kind of important point. The second one is there is still domestic policy in the United States to maximize that energy posture, that really strong posture. Obviously, there's been, in the last 4 years, a lot of limitations on the power, on the footprint of the United States. It's been hard to build additional pipelines. It's been harder to drill in certain areas of the country, certainly on federal lands. It's been harder to move that energy to our military allies who just haven't had the chance to sign a free trade agreement. So the ban that happened on LNG, who does that hurt? It hurts Japan. It hurts France. It hurts Germany, right? And so when you think about maximizing our ability, these are relatively straightforward and easy things to put us on a continued kind of footprint to regain that power in relatively straightforward fashion. There's a number of regulatory approvals that can be fixed. People here who are obviously more experienced than even me at this topic. So NEPA, the Federal Power Act, the Natural Gas Act, Waters of the U.S., all these things that are used to turn projects into 10-year things. Very familiar with TC Energy and TransCanada. Obviously, that was, I forget how much money they lost, $10 billion on that project. There's a lot of companies who lose tremendous amounts of money because they said they're going to go build it, they spend the money, and then the regulatory doesn't play out. And so fixing those things, right? Fixing and cleaning up. When we were in office, CEQ had was at the very end of the administration, had a 12-month stop clock on regulatory approvals. It didn't say you had to approve it. It was just put a timeline on to say yes or no. So you don't have to have a carrying cost for 10 years of trying to develop something and then watch it fall apart. So there's a number of things that could happen. Obviously, continued focus on R&D, new innovation, how to drive that forward. As I was mentioning, innovation was a primary trigger of what happened. So there's a number of things that could happen. Obviously, the alignment of the United States and Canada is already excellent. I was describing how the private sector invests, the infrastructure, the ownership, operations, obviously, but that can be brought forward significantly better. When I was interviewed on this topic here a few months ago, someone said, well, doesn't the Canadian government also need to adopt the sort of things that you're talking about, Paul? And I go, yes. I said, I think this is a wake-up call not only for what the United States can do, but what the Canadian government can do to get out of the way, just like the U.S. should be getting out of the way. And it did it extremely well, right? I gave you numbers. I think I would advocate, although I don't comment, I don't provide policy to Canada, but I think that would be an excellent way for us to move forward. There's plenty of things to work on together. Cross-border infrastructure and the challenges around getting that done. Canada has tremendous mining opportunities, and would it be better to have mining and refining operations of those metals somewhere in the U.S. or Canada rather than in places that have a lot of challenges for both of us? We obviously can reduce barriers associated with not only physical assets, but for agreements and trading between the two countries. And we could have a dialogue on a regular basis between the U.S. and Canada, specifically on specific items that are in the way. And the last idea that I would highlight is the three largest democratic countries that export energy is U.S., Canada, and Norway. Combined, I'll stick with oil, combined U.S., Canada, and Norway are about 50% of all of OPEC. Just three countries, all of OPEC, 50%. We're treaty allies. We're friends. We talk about foreign policy issues a lot because of our NATO participation together. I think it would be an interesting idea if there was a regular dialogue, like a G3 for energy with the US, Canada, and Norway as a counterweight to others in the world who many times have a very different view on different policy issues as we deal with the commonalities associated with us. And I think the final point that I would raise is the US and Canada can coordinate how it not only deals with OPEC, but how it deals with energy overall in the world, with other regions in the world, not just OPEC. So how does the US and Canada think about Europe? That's a whole huge topic, which I was not going to bring that up. How we talk about Japan or Korea, how we talk about the emerging markets, right? The people who want to build power plants, natural gas power plants around the world, right? In Malaysia or Indonesia or in Africa, but they don't have natural gas, right? They don't have energy technology. How do we work on together to coordinate that? And we push back our biggest adversary, which is China. US, Canada can do that, has the tools of capital, of energy, so that instead of the energy project being built by the Communist Party of China, it's built by someone who's more friendly with us. So there's many other places around the world that I could talk about, but those are a few. I think overall, the combined strength of North America energy, it should hopefully be clear, at least to people in this room or anyone who's listening. Hopefully, I'm trying to get out the message. My Hoover paper was kind of an attempt at that, and I've been giving speeches on this. Hopefully, people are beginning to get aware. This is the hardest town to get people aware, strangely enough. Hopefully, people start seeing that. Hopefully, people start seeing that America is great at energy. We're the #1 entity. Our friends in Canada are a very important part of how we leverage that. And how do we take that forward? So I'm glad to take up a couple questions.
Thank you, Paul. That was really an outstanding presentation, and I confess I have not read your Hoover paper, but I will now. Can you talk about how the United States and Canada could influence Europe, particularly when it comes to emissions reduction, discussions about emissions reductions and climate change?
So I'll have to start with thanking Pat for as he's in the Senate, Energy and Natural Resources, for getting me through the floor with a unanimous vote. So thank you. I always appreciate that part of my life. I think it's quite clear to me, and I think it's quite clear to people who talk with Europe in private today, which is linking quite a bit to what I would consider what is quite logical, which is, and there's still lots of press and so on, but I'm saying that the actual country entities and the EU and so on, their #1 issue that they talk about is energy security. And the #2 topic that they talk about is energy prices. And for those of you who don't follow what's going on at VW and whatnot, and the chemical companies in Germany, they're all getting driven out of business, in part because energy prices are 100% higher than the United States. There's going to be no discretionary AI in data centers built in Europe. That is a much longer conversation. I gave a talk on this, because in part data centers are positioned based on low energy prices. It's a longer talk. There will be discrete data centers for national sovereignty data issues. But when it comes to a large language model, big data centers, not going to get built in Europe. Okay, they're going to be built where energy is cheap. Not going to be built in California. Energy is not cheap. Okay, so Europe, those are the two. You know what the third one is? Third one is their view around environmental topics. That's the list that they say. The head of the EU just said, I think twice in the last couple of weeks, she said, we need to get 100% off of Russian energy. So while climate and emissions, and once again, the US led the world in the reduction of emissions during Obama, Trump, and Biden at the same rate, this is one of the most interesting data points that I have not had time to do research on. The rate of improvement of environmental impact was consistent through all the administrations. I wonder why that's the case. It leads you to a question like, what was consistent with policy, right? Was it consistent on energy? Was it consistent on types of energy, right? Was it consistent on innovation? But spending $1.7 trillion of the IRA and the Infrastructure Act in energy did not improve the rate. Everyone should absorb that, right? This is just data. This is not an opinion. I'm just giving you data, right? So you add all that up, Europe itself is running these issues. The way I kind of think about energy policy, and the way I like to call it, is like the all the above energy policy. There's 4 drivers of energy policy, and Europe has gotten really big on this topic. You need to worry about energy availability, production. You need to worry about energy prices. You need to worry about environmental impact, and you need to worry about national security. And if you get out of whack, if you forget one to the focus of one or two of the others, the energy industry is so fragile that it could come back to bite you because of a third-party event. So Europe got hit by a third-party national security event. And now their economy is, to a very large degree, having major issues because of energy, okay? So they know that now. I know that seems kind of trite, but I think they see it, and they're beginning to talk about it, quite publicly as well as privately. And so I think that balance where, of course, you can build some renewables, but of course you should, instead of running lignite, maybe natural gas from the United States is better than lignite, which is what Germany did. They shut down nuclear plants, they lost gas because of a war, and they fired up lignite. So I think they're beginning to process all of that. I think they're open to a new conversation. Obviously, there's a lot of things, when elections happen, all of a sudden people are open to the conversations, and I think that's going to happen.
Hi, I'm not an expert on energy. I manage a social impact private equity real estate fund, so I know the impact of regulation. My question for you is, how important moving forward will the environmentalists be to hindering those that want to drill, baby, drill? My understanding was that the Canadian pipeline was canceled because of that. What do you see in the future in terms of achieving, I guess, the goals for many people in this room to drill, drill, drill? Thank you.
So once again, I kind of come back to my four policy point, right? You got to be thoughtful, but you're thoughtful about production and prices and environment and national security and thinking through that. There are many people who are singularly focused. And of course, there's some people who are singularly focused on environment, where some people are singularly focused in one of the other areas. And so I would argue that better public policy, right, is to think about all of it at the same time. There will absolutely be some people, any place in the world, who focuses on just this or just that. I would argue that there's a lot of data to support that it's fragile, right? There's a lot of other data, right, about like why is the U.S. the biggest reducer of emissions? I think a large part of it is natural gas, right? U.S. also is a very large deployer of wind and solar. I'm on the board of Dominion. We're building the largest solar footprint of any of the utilities. And it gets to a very complicated mix about how you trade power, which is a whole topic, which is very complicated. But you have to think about that at all points. Let me give you one example, I think, of the challenges that need to be fixed right away by President Trump's administration coming back. In most power markets in this country, we're shutting down more power plants than we're building. We're de-electrifying. Once again, this is just data, and you can go power market by power market. And the stuff that we're shutting down runs at 90% availability, and the stuff that we're replacing it with is about 35%. So it's worth 1/3 on a megawatt basis. And it's not dispatchable. So those are the three differences. You've seen power prices in PJM, which is where DC is in. The capacity prices a couple months ago went up for next year, 933% year over year. We want to talk about energy price inflation, right? And why is that? That is because the balance is out of whack. We're shutting down a lot. We're de-electrifying in the Mid-Atlantic. We're adding stuff that has good environmental characteristics, but is incredibly poor at operating characteristics. So you add all that up together, and people will get mad. People in Europe are mad, right, about energy prices. They're losing their jobs. VW's firing people. So, but you could do it all at the same time. I push back hard on people say, like, you have a trade-off. No. For the majority of the people, you can do all this. People will say, like, I want more of this or I want more of that. But it was done. That previous 4-year period, U.S. deflation, energy production, massive increase, leading the world in emissions reduction, and the world was safer. You can push and pull on any one of those topics, make a little bit more of this or a little bit more of that, but people should be wary to be singularly focused, and anyone telling you you should be singularly focused in any of the 4 areas.
Sorry. Thanks for your remarks. You've highlighted the opportunities and dynamics here. I'm wondering if you could give any thought about how tariffs and tariff plans might complicate this, or just, I mean, it's definitely been a topic we've been discussing a lot here today, particularly the risk of cross-the-board tariffs.
Yeah, so I'm going to vastly avoid that question. I will comment to China, which I know is not the Canada topic. I will talk about China. China dumps around the world. It's crushing Europe right now, especially in vehicles, right? I mean, it's a existential economic point for Europe for what they're doing on vehicles. Anytime anyone in Canada or the U.S. tries to build a refining for metals, for critical minerals or copper or whatever you want, they crush it because they own 90% of the market, so they can drive anyone out of business in Canada. They can drive anyone out of business in the United States because they're a monopolist in many different areas. Hurts Canada, hurts the United States, hurts the world. I've traded metals in part. I could go through this far too long, but you get the gist. So when you think about tariffs, I think it's very clear that there's a predatory country out there which hurts Canada, hurts the United States, and hurts others. And I think that's and including Europe, especially right now. So I think thinking very carefully about predatory natures associated with China in particular, and how tariffs might change there. Obviously, President Trump put a massive $400 billion tariff rate, which protected the United States. Europe's kind of wishes it has a better moat around it from China. They debate this is very hard. And the Biden administration didn't remove it. So I think, so I'll address tariffs, maybe not the topic you wanted me to talk about, but that's one that having run a lot of national security issues with China, which is not the topic of this conversation, I did quite a bit running the national labs and technology development. I think maybe one more. We're already over.
Thank you for excellent remarks. You mentioned Norway, Canada, US being friendly, but you have the whole NATO alliance being friendly.
Yeah.
Do you think that US energy policies will also look into the needs of the whole alliance in any way, or will it be America first on that issue? And also, where does nuclear power fit into all of this? Thank you.
Yeah, so when I was commenting to the US, Canada, and Norway, I was thinking about big exporters, right? So Europe, much of Europe is not in that definition, right? So it wasn't meant to be exclusionary to include Europe as a general point. It was more about energy producers and exporters. That's one part of that. The engagement with Europe has obviously been incredibly strong over the last couple of years because of the approvals of LNG that occurred during the Trump administration before it was paused. U.S. saved Europe. They admit it. They will say it over and over again. And they've been saying very publicly that they wish they could get 100% off of Russian energy. I think there's a great opportunity. They've been publicly saying it several times. President Trump at the RNC convention publicly said, "Why is Europe still funding the Russian war machine and asking us to make it up. It truly is illogical even for the Europeans. So I think there's a lot of opportunity there. Certainly on the LNG is not topic one with Europe, I think in the US, and with a pause likely coming off, I can predict, I think there's a good chance of that. Europe would rather buy energy from us than from Algeria, Qatar, or whatnot, or from Canada, US and Canada. And then the last one, when you sit down with Europeans nowadays, technology topic or type of energy topic, number one is LNG. Topic number two is nuclear. And obviously there's Canadian nuclear companies in Europe as well as U.S. companies. Once again, the hierarchy: energy security, energy prices, right? Nuclear fits that. It indigenizes or domestic production. Nuclear is a bit better than some, right? And so they look at nuclear as we need base load, if we can do it at the right price, and we're less exposed to global markets and global national security risks. So it's very high on their agenda. When myself and my colleagues were at DOE, we would go to Poland and we would go to Romania and talk about how we could facilitate nuclear. Canada's a great nuclear country too. So I think there's plenty of opportunity because Europe has asked for nuclear to be on the agenda. All right, thank you, everyone.
Folks, we'll take a very short break, like really 5 minutes, no longer break, and then we will fire up the next panel. Thank you.
I know it was.
That was quite a speech. And, you know, knowing Paul, I thought we could leverage him after lunch and people would not fall asleep after they had their lunch. So I hope, I don't think he disappointed in that regard. Thank you all and welcome back. Our next panel, third panel, is Pragmatic Strategies for Decarbonization. You'll notice I have several nuclear, or as our old boss used to say, nuclear up here. And let me introduce the panel. We will get right into it. Closest to me is Robert Asselin. I did say that correctly. Senior Vice President of Policy, Business Council of Canada. George Christatis, Interim President, Canadian Nuclear Association. And Brian McCormick, partner of Equinox Global Solutions and co-founder of the United Coalition for Advanced Nuclear Power and former Chief of Staff, Department of Energy. Thank you all for joining me today. We'd like to start out, we've talked backstage, to give each of you 5 minutes to kind of present your opening and how you view things, and then we'll have a robust discussion. So, Robert, to you.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. So I'll just make 3 broad points, I guess, to start us with. The first is I really believe economic security, energy security is kind of a burning platform for Canada, US right now. And people really need to understand how powerful that platform can be. I think in this world of geopolitical change, US-China rivalry, Europe being in the position it is, I can't stress how important it is that we think in those terms. So economic security, energy security is really key. The second point I'd like to make is this is also a growth, productivity / innovation opportunity for both countries. As our previous speaker said, in Canada specifically, I should say, we're really good at exporting raw commodities, but we could be better at ramping up our innovation play in this, being more efficient, not only in energy production, energy exports, but also just in general, in all the mix of energy that we have, And Canada is blessed. We have a really clean grid overall compared to many countries, good mix of energy. But I think one thing that we could enhance, foster, is technological innovation. I really believe that, and I think the previous speaker spoke to how powerful it was for the last decade for the US, how it changed the game on energy globally. The third point, obviously, is we have a few obstacles in our way to achieve this. The first is regulatory. I think in Canada, when you talk about policy, energy policy, the first thing you hear, especially CEOs that I represent, is it takes too long. The regulatory regime is not agile enough, is not conceived in the world where we need to move fast. So we need a new seriousness on policy to bring public policy at the speed where it needs to be in order to us to advance economic growth, innovation, and productivity. The second is for innovation to happen, I really think that from a Canadian part, we need to ramp up the kind of science, technology, architecture, the same way that the US has done, for example, with the DARPA model that is being applied in many sectors of the economy. You know, you need institutions to bring breakthrough technology to bear. It's so risky for private investors or companies to move on this that there's a public-private partnership to be had, really focused. I'm not talking about corporate subsidies here. I'm talking really about R&D architecture so that we move the pace of technological innovation. And the third, and I'll stop there, is we need to bring people with us. And that means training people for this kind of energy transition we're envisioning. In Canada, part of the big problem that policymakers face is, you know, they have not considered, I think, the skilled workforce aspect in the industrial strategy that everybody's trying to engineer going forward. And so the jobs of more technologists, the jobs of you know, being more efficient in energy production, distribution, including mostly in oil and gas, needs to continue. People need to be trained for this, and this is where universities, I think, play a big role, but where public policy has to be more intentional in training these people. I'll stop there.
Okay. All right, I'll pick it up from there. So first of all, thank you very much for this opportunity. So I'm George, representing the Canadian Nuclear Association. And our industry, which is very much science-based and innovation-based, has had a long history in our country around the can-do tradition and can-do technologies. And based on that, and based on some very successful initiatives in Canada, particularly in Ontario, with the refurbishment of Ontario Power Generation's fleet at Darlington and Bruce Power's fleet, which represent about $26 billion worth of refurbishment in that economy, which was on time and on budget. And that was sort of the cornerstone of the industry. So we represent right now, very fortunate, a very positive story. The Canadian supply chain is developed. It's basically lit up. Those projects are on time, on budget. They're providing the energy security definition from a domestic lens to the province and to the country to meet some of its climate objectives, but also increasing its energy security objectives. That foundational piece has now been complemented with the fact that companies like Cameco and Brookfield are now the owners of Westinghouse, which is another very interesting strategic element in terms of the Canada-US relationship in our sector. And we are known as one of the largest uranium producers, with Cameco being a very important player. And you heard the importance of Saskatchewan, where I grew up. So, so hallelujah. And
some fans.
That's right. And so I guess to put it out there, in our sector, we're very much leaning in a very robust, forward-looking situation. And now those capacities enabled us to enter into the small modular reactor space. And I know it's often very vogue not to talk about the benefit of government, but let me give government their due. They enabled us to come together in Canada between provincial governments, the federal government, Indigenous voices, and industry to map out something called the SMR roadmap, Small Modular Reactor Roadmap, that basically outlined 3 key avenues or pathways for this technology that was applicable to Canada and beyond. And that was really the policy catalyst that then led to investments being made where 4 SMRs are being built in Ontario. They're the same technology, the GE Hitachi technology, hence the US relationship, that are being built in Saskatchewan with SAS Power. And they're going to be the same technologies that are built, they're going to be built in Poland. So you see the domestic link between what's happening in Canada, relationship with the United States, and I should add Ontario Power Generation, which is driving this, has an MOU with Tennessee Valley Authority. So there's a very natural alliance that's happening within Canada, with the United States, in some very strategic markets, including Eastern Europe, and who knows, into Asia and the like. And our colleagues with NEI, for example, we have a very good relationship. We have this annual forum where we come together, the leaders come together, the governments come together, and we map out where we can cooperate. Yes, there's competition. There will always be competition. But we're identifying spaces for geopolitical purposes. We must cooperate. And I think that's the feature that's different in the marketplace now. Markets are being created for non-commercial reasons. What do I mean by that? It's not the 1990s Bill Clinton analysis of what a market is going to be done. It's basically the look to de-link from Russian energy sources, compete against Asia. They're creating new markets, completely new markets. In the Canadian context, we're building on the model of Romania, which showed a lot of cooperation between Canada, the US, and the EU, believe it or not, or Italians and some of the French. And that is a bit of a model of what's possible. It's not American technology, though there's American SMR technologies in the space there, but it's Canadian technology. But the decision had to be made, do you want like-minded technologies to compete with others, or is it going to be strictly one view, right? And that's going to be very interesting to see post-election in the United States, how that evolves. I should point out that those initial conversations started with the Trump administration, #1. Like that initial catalyst about how can we work together started to emerge during that time. And I think this realization that the nuclear industry in Canada, but also the United States, is going to be a strategic asset in how the US government and the Canadian government and other like-minded countries maneuver in these very important spaces, which everybody understands is Eastern Europe, it's Asia, and there's going to be parts in Africa. And I'll stop at this point. The reason why we often talk about what happened, in Western countries, what happened? How did we lose our capacity for enriched fuel, for SMRs? How do we lose the capacity in our supply chains? We sort of saw that in the COVID space. Yep. We didn't lose it, we gave it away. We decided along the way that we were going to be designing apps, drinking coffee at some coffee shop, and that was going to be the economic model, right?
Yeah.
And so we forgot to make things and build things. And guess what? The discussion in terms of do you want to build reactors, I bet you the Build and Road program in China isn't having that discussion, right? Like if someone chooses to build a technology and it approaches that program, I can imagine, I've never been involved, but I can imagine the conversation is very different than that, right? And so I'm not suggesting that's the right model, but I'm suggesting that there's an opportunity with the realignment that's happening here. We're having elections in Canada too, provincially as well. Regardless of the stripe, I have to stay nonpartisan, there's an opportunity to realign. And to show you the extent of the nuclear realignment in Canada, Quebec, which has always been an anti-nuclear province, is actually toying with understanding the technology. For us, Quebec is like California. British Columbia is actually starting to toy like, we want to learn about it. Not they're going to do anything about it, they may not, but the fact that these spaces are starting to inquire is like a flip, because the meccas of the left were California and Germany and British Columbia for us a little bit, right? In terms of that ideological look. So those are shifting. So the opportunity is to keep that momentum going, particularly as this political realignment is occurring, because if we don't, we're going to ask ourselves the question yet again, how did we give it up in Eastern Europe or in Asia or anywhere else? So that's where I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I'd like to give him back 5 of my minutes. I mean, Brian McCormick, Brigham, thank you very much for the invitation, and it's great to be here with everyone and the great folks here at Hudson. My fellow panelists covered a lot, and the challenges, but also these fantastic opportunities. Having worked inside and outside of government, the complexity around nuclear and the deployment of nuclear is just an ongoing challenge. And we, I will say in the United States at least, your point about China is well taken, we like to just keep studying the problem and studying the problem. And we have a long regulatory process. We also have the gold standard when it comes to safety. Like, how do we get the gold standard to deployment? Obviously, we have a different system than Canada in that in the approval process, but I think there's opportunities for the United States to learn from other countries on how to do those regulatory reviews and speed up deployment. Nuclear itself used to be the conversation that no one wanted to have, especially after, accidents and things of that sort, and it was always kind of just put off to the side. When I joined the Department of Energy with Secretary Perry, it was out there, but it was something that he was very passionate about, and so we actually wanted to tagline, how do we make nuclear cool again? And I know that there were members of Congress, and there were even people probably within the Department of Energy, like, it's kind of kitschy, but you have to be out there and you have to be talking about it. Its benefits are enormous. Our demand, and I know we've, throughout today's conversation, we've heard from a lot of people talking about the increased demand. So I don't need to go detail by the AI and the data centers, and we all know that. How are we going to meet it? And when we were backstage, Brigham touched base on the title of this conversation, or the focus is on decarbonization. Great, but you can decarb, but don't give up reliability. We need more power. How do we get this? The challenge, I think that it takes years to deploy nuclear, is something we have to figure out. We have to figure it out very quick. The United States is taking a look at the SMRs and the micros, not just taking a look, we are doing a lot of work in that space, but also looking at what opportunity still exists at existing nuclear power plants. Are AP1000s or other large reactors still an opportunity? The answer is yes, because the demand is there, and when you do think about the cost per megawatt hour, if you've already have a nuclear generating station, why not take a look at it? It may not be the right thing for every place, especially since we have new technology, but if we're going to look across the board, we have to look at everything. And it is in the small and the micro space, we're seeing a lot of activity, and this is bipartisan activity, I should say. Trump administration, Biden administration, Trump administration is going to be looking at this. I will give a hat tip to the Biden administration on the international front. There was a lot of discussion about this. I think they brought along the environmental community in a pretty significant way. The Trump administration didn't ignore that, but the Biden administration just made, there's probably a more natural ally there. But when you overlap the concentric circles of energy security, national security, and the environmental benefits, nuclear conversation is one that needs to be had.
Okay. Yeah, I think, picking up, Brian, on that last point, I was in Germany not too long ago, actually at the Economic and Climate Ministry. And at some point during the conversation, they go, yeah, we know our electricity is expensive. Hey, look at those guys in France. And I'm thinking, well, no kidding, guys, because they have nuclear power. And if you look at their GHG emissions and CO2 emissions, if you put Germany next to France, guess which one's lower by a lot? Guess which one is actually sending power France is sending power to Germany,
Right.
and they're producing a lot less. So, as we talk about SMRs, micros, that's kind of the new catchy thing. I was thinking, again, well, Navy, we've been kind of doing that for a long time. Now, I get it, they're slightly different designs, but, and that's really my first question to the whole panel is because we are fixated on SMRs, and some other countries come here and be like, why? Why not go gig bigger? Because you know you're going to need the energy. So what is the right answer, or is there a right answer moving forward? And how do we reduce the number of reactor designs so that we can actually get things permitted, or do we not?
Well, again, I'll look to Canada for going through a process and choosing a design, and that's what they have. I don't know if you guys will ever look at other designs, but when you think about the first of a kind cost, they're pretty significant. So the Department of Energy is working on, they have a liftoff report. If folks haven't read it, I'd recommend it. They did a great job at looking at how to get more reactors deployed. How do you do the first 5 or 10 to figure out how do you drive down the cost to something that's acceptable? I mean, a small reactor, no one's built one here yet in the United States, but yeah, the guesstimations, or estimations, depending on who you talk to, is around $5 billion. That's still a pretty hefty cost. But why look at the SMR versus the large reactor? I mean, when you look at Vogtle, 20 billion plus, 25, 30 billion plus, I mean, depending on how you count up a number, but over schedule, over budget. I mean, when George is sitting here next to me saying, oh yeah, we're on time and under budget. I mean, oh boy,
How do you do it, George?
Yeah, how do you do it?
Yeah, I was there personally, but I think that in the Canadian context, I can't speak to the American, of course, but the Canadian context, I think there is a world now of multi-technology approaches to different needs, right? So I do think that the markets are going to be different. So different provinces or states or countries are going to look at their energy need and decide what's the best mix for them. Some will conclude a large reactor, and that's evolving in Canada, where key provinces like Ontario have gone from strictly a small reactor discussion to now saying, no, we're going to need small reactors, but also large ones. And politicians are also very mindful in Canada to speak to multi-technologies. Yes, there's a can-do bias, there's a can-do supply chain, but there's also this reality that different technologies are available. And so there's an openness, I think, to different technologies. And we're seeing that through our association across a number of different countries and regions, that there's a sort of openness to more and more different technologies. And I think that's a healthy thing. I think it's going to be defined by what the niche markets are in Canada, like here, a lot of discussions on grid, but a lot of discussions off grid. Resource development sectors, for example, in Alberta, which are looking at industrial heat for resource development, or mining sectors, or northern communities. I recently attended a conference that had to do more about how SMRs or nuclear could enable economic growth in the mining sector. I mean, that is very interesting, from a Canadian perspective, and they're very real discussions. So, for a lot of ways, I think it's a multi-technology world that we're living in that will be competing, of course. The fleet approach to the small reactors is going to be a benefit. So that's part of the formula in Canada, with Ontario Power Generation taking that first of a kind risk, working with Hitachi, and that's going to enable other jurisdictions to follow through with 4 reactors in Ontario, about 4 in Saskatchewan, and then whatever Poland does, and then beyond. So I think the fleet approach might address some of it. In our discussions with NEI and our industries coming together, we see broad frameworks that have to be looked at across the board. Regulatory alignment or accelerating deployment of critical infrastructure. All jurisdictions seem to be pointing to a tripling of their energy needs, regardless of the climate number. Data centers, economic growth, economic security, all seem to point to that. Accessing or having a common view on things like enriched fuel, slightly enriched fuel, how the two countries, as well as other countries, kind of come together to find or generate a solution to that question, I think would be very important, and it's an opportunity for Canada and U.S. to cooperate. And I do think from the perspective of these two countries together, we have to also remember, I think, fundamentally, why is it that we want to build more reactors? Is it just to build them and have them stand there? The answer is no. We want not only energy security, of course, and climate, but we want a dignity of life for people, right? People need jobs, right? You're going to transfer here in the American discussions about replacing coal plants with SMRs, because guess what? You retain a good chunk of jobs to do that. Investing in nuclear technology generates a lot of jobs, high-skilled, quality, trained academics, as well as in the trades. So from a societal perspective, there is this sort of goal that we have to not lose sight of. It isn't just about the technologies and building stuff. It's to what purpose? It's the economy, it's the jobs, and all these stuff that I think along the way have kind of lost in terms of the dignity of people saying, what do I do with my life? So I think we're offering these solutions that were never really packaged well, and we're starting to think about that in Canada more so.
Okay. And Robert, you talked earlier, and he hit on it too, education, workforce development. What is Canada doing that maybe the U.S. could learn from?
Good question. So Canada's complicated. It is federation, but provincial governments control education for the most part. Federal government plays
maybe
more.
We could learn from that.
Plays more on the R&D side, but there is a disconnect between what we're trying to do economically and the pace of change, and how not vibrant our education systems are.
Because it's not futuristic enough.
It's not futuristic.
Innovative enough.
Exactly, and it's not linked to industrial strategy, frankly. So if you think about an advanced industries agenda, right? High tech, high skilled. You're gonna need a lot of supply of workers for this, and good jobs. I'm not just talking about PhDs in biomanufacturing. I'm talking about high skilled workers, technically high skilled workers. Tradesmen, yeah. Like we have in the oil sands sector in Alberta. These people make a lot of money, and because they are very skilled at what they do, and it's very technical. So we need that at scale. You know, the next generation of engineers on SMRs and on the new technologies of conservation and water treatment and all that kind of stuff. And it seems to me there's a very slow process in which we are creating supply of workers for these sectors.
Yeah, I'll echo that the importance on the workforce, the opportunity that's there. I will say in some of the communities that I engage on SMR or even other nuclear deployment, well, we love the technology, but gosh, we have to get this workforce, and it's almost like it gets used as an excuse of we need years to get that part built up or ramped up. And I'm like, you know, we need to be doing all these things in parallel. Yeah. And Brigham, I just jump back to when you were speaking, there's, you mentioned Germany, and I know we're talking a little bit on the international front. In 2017, we went, was with Secretary Perry, went to the Clean Energy Ministerial. This is 20 some odd countries. We gathered in Beijing, talk about clean energy, okay, great. So we look at the agenda, nothing on nuclear. We weren't allowed to have a conversation on nuclear because it was purposely kept off the scope of the Clean Energy Ministerial by Germany. So that was one thing that we got fixed, at least in that one particular forum, but it was just the bias against nuclear is still out there, and that needs to be addressed.
Okay, that's a great point. We have about 15 minutes left, and I would like to go, hands are, we got a hot room here, hot bench, we'd say in the law. Yes, let's start here, and then in the middle of the room, and then go from there. If you could, and I'm sorry, I haven't said this all day long, and I should have said this at the beginning. Please state your name, and if you're within an organization, who you're with, and then we'll do our panel. Not me, they will do the best possible to answer your question.
Thank you. My name is Roger Cochetti, and I'm particularly interested in the subject of the small nuclear reactors, or the modular reactors. I have no background in nuclear energy, but it seems to me that these have lots of important advantages, one of which is you don't have to put up those big controversial power lines to connect them cutting through neighborhoods and farms or whatever. One of the main questions I don't understand is why there should be any difficulty manufacturing and installing miniature nuclear reactors all over the country and all over the world. The U.S. Navy has had miniature nuclear reactors in submarines for 70 years. People sleep within a few feet of the nuclear reactor, and 10 sailors maintain them, and there's no smokestacks or anything. So to be just a little bit facetious in my question, why can't we just rip one of those reactors out of a nuclear submarine, put it in the basement of a Google data center, and boom, they never have to pay for electricity again. There's no power lines. You've got, what is the problem with transferring the technology from the military nuclear submarines to the civil application? Thank you.
Okay. Want me to try?
Yeah, you go. But I'll say, we don't use the word boom when we're talking about nuclear. It's one of the reasons why. Just messaging, messaging point.
Yeah, that's in our advocacy training as well.
Voila.
I'll just, I think it's an interesting question, but I'll defer to colleagues here, but I think the fact that it does come from the military is the issue from a broader societal perspective, right? In the sense that the technology has a certain view, certain history. It came to light during a certain event, and so people are left with an image of it that may not be true or real, but there's a reality there that one must respect to be able to communicate and explain, right? And no, we cannot just put up small reactors anywhere we kind of feel. There's got to be a very strong regulatory regime to ensure the social license is there. In our industry in Canada, we're one of the few industries that doesn't, we talk about accelerating and reducing duplication and being efficient regulatory, but we don't talk about not having a kind of regime in place, because that would be an antithesis to social license. You need, our communities need to feel that there's a referee that's out for them, for these technologies to operate appropriately as they should, so there's a little bit of that. But I do agree your premise that we are reaching this space that as the technologies evolve, their application is going to become much more real in those areas. And we also hear from the data or AI community about what is possible in working with them. And I do think that along with the resource development sector and other sectors, you're going to see this technology being considered very, very, very quickly, more and more.
It's on the technology front. They're not the same. There's different. The Navy reactors have a different aspects to it that they're all classified, but that comfort level that the Navy has is a great history, and the proximity that you discussed is something that we should be able to talk more about. There are. In the queue of SMRs, I mean, right now we're looking at SMRs that are basically, miniaturized on the existing technology. There's advanced reactor technology that's forthcoming, that's going to have fuel that's, the term that's always assigned to this is, walk away safe. I'm not sure how I necessarily feel about that term, but it's going to take a very safe technology and make it even safer. So that there is minimal risk of any issues with regards to overreaction or overheating of a core or anything like that. So, guess what? Unfortunately, we don't have that fuel here in the United States. High assay, low enriched uranium. There's Russia and China have it, but we don't have it. We're not producing it, I should say, it is being produced, but in small amounts. So that's another thing that is kind of coming down the line. There are some people who say, well, why don't we just wait until that's available. You know, we're going to be, someone says something about fission, or fusion, the holy grail. Well, I think we might find the holy grail before we get to fusion. But I mean, we keep giving ourselves a reason to delay. We have an enormous demand right now, and we've got great technology. It's been developed here. We should be deploying it here.
Okay, we had a question in the middle of the room. Yes, sir.
It's, Ben Massengale. I'm visiting Navy Fel with the Stimson Center. So I appreciate you saying, yes, going down the line, Jimmy Carter executive action terminated any further research into nuclear fuel reprocessing. If the French do it, the Russians do it. When we use a spent fuel, and even in a civilian plant, there's still a significant amount of usable enriched fuel that can be used to reprocess and used again. Is there any thoughts on us reopening the door on that? Understanding right now, technologically, that's very expensive. It's cheaper to pull out of the ground. But at least start looking at the technology now so that if it became more viable, we could pull the spent fuel out of the repository and basically recycle it again. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Can you just reiterate who it was that?
I'll start with you, but if anybody else, your panelists have a thought.
It was President Jimmy Carter, a nuclear submarine naval officer. The answer to your question is on the looking at the incoming Trump administration, absolutely. All these things need to be on the table of looking at where is this technology? Do we have that opportunity? There are other things, policies. When I say policies, I'm not even talking about executive orders. There are things that administrations have done over the years that just layered on opposition to nuclear, and they need to be looked at and repealed or recast in a way that takes into account that the technology is safe, and we have this demand, and we have this interest in energy security, national security, and the environmental benefits. So my organization, the United Coalition for Advanced Nuclear Power, we didn't write a white paper on this. We wrote a draft executive order. It's up on our website. We take any input from folks who have other items that they maybe recommend for it, but it was put there, I don't know, 6 months ago, and it's for any administration or any policymaker or Hill person to take a look at. Here's all these things that need to be realigned if we're going to be a pro-nuclear country.
Okay. Next question, let's go right here, this lady, and then we'll go here and then back of the room.
Thank you very much. My name's Ann Vroom. I'm private practice. I wanted to ask you, a little off topic, when I first saw the title of this panel, I expected there would be more conversation about carbon capture and sequestration. And I'm wondering if with, the big energy players, the rapidly newly emerging nuclear conversation is derailing some of the long-range investment plans into CCS more towards nuclear options. So thanks.
Maybe I could speak to Canada's case. No, both are working in parallel, I would say. The problem with CCS in Canada, CCUS, I should say, is very expensive, capital expensive. And so you need to come up with a public-private partnership to de-risk that long-term investment. And I think this is what the Pathways Initiative in Canada is trying to do, which is basically all the big energy producers getting together and trying to convince the federal government, the Canadian government, to kind of come up on board with long-term de-risking and investment in that technology. But I would say in Canada, the good thing is that doesn't put us away from the nuclear discussion. I think both directionally, both are advancing in a very positive way. I think, to be honest, it's not a secret that in Canada, the current government is not maybe as pro-energy from an Albertan perspective. But I think, given what's going to happen and the importance of energy abundance directionally, I would still think Canada will do both and will succeed at both.
Okay.
I would say I find when speaking with policymakers, they all say I'm pro-energy. But come on, it's like you got to be pro base load. I mean, if you don't have that energy when it's there or when the demand is there, and I mean, I don't want to go down a intermittent versus baseload conversation, but it's they need to be recalibrated in their own thinking. You can't just walk away saying, "Oh, I'm pro energy because I'm for intermittent power." That's not the way the world works. And then on CCUS, I think one of the challenges in the United States is the U. In that acronym, there's a lot of stakeholder organizations that do not want to take anything out of the ground. So utilizing it is something they'll fight against.
And can I tag on to that? Because you've raised a very good question. So, and for maybe people that don't know the CCS versus CCUS, the U is reutilization of carbon, which is done in enhanced oil recovery and other aspects of of production. The way the IRA set up the tax credits is though it can't be reused, right? Your 45Q, 45Z permanently sequestered underground. And I think you will see that continue to move forward because we have hard to decarbonize industries, cement, steel, desal, fertilizer, and ethanol in particular. So you have two major projects moving toward completion in the Midwest to capture that. And, you know, did the IRA create the market for it? Yes. Would it occur without that? Probably not, right? It's too expensive. But so I'm actually one that doesn't think the IRA is going to get repealed just because there's too much money going to too many different places. But do you, Brian, while we're on that, do you have an over/under on the IRA or?
I think that with the election and now also seeing with the numbers in the Senate, it gives the president more flexibility to take a look at, are there things that you want to revisit? I would say even without going and doing a full legislative repeal, there's lots of flexibility in the way that the program guidance is written to go even take a look at that of how do you tweak it in particular areas.
Okay, thank you. So I hope that answers your question. In the back, let's go to the back, and then was there one more here? And we will be out of time.
Hi, Ben Koshman. I work in public affairs. We do community and stakeholder engagement for developers of all kinds. So we're seeing massive opposition to data centers from communities, local governments, and regulators now. I mean, there's a recent FERC decision shot down a proposal for Amazon to use more power from a nuclear plant because of the potential impact it could have on rates and grid reliability. I mean, obviously, data center power is not the only use case for SMRs, but there's no doubt that it's helped accelerate their development. Do you think that this decision and the overall anti-data center sentiment could throw a wrench in plans to build SMRs behind the meter and co-locate them at data centers?
You use the word FERC, and I can think of a couple of words I'd like to use when you use the word FERC, especially some of the people. Well, I'll hold on that one. Look, I think that you have evolving business models that are out there. I don't think the general public or those who don't pay enough attention or spend time in this energy space, these data centers consume enormous amounts of power, you know, size of cities in some instances. So it is this behind the meter, in front of the meter conversation. I see it as well. Yes, there is opposition. There's opposition, no, I don't want the data center here because it doesn't bring me jobs. Well, you know, it does, and it brings you some tax base, you know, things of that sort, but it is using a lot of power. The Amazon reference that you made, you know, I have to acknowledge that the off-takers are at least looking at, you know, we have to do something different. We're not getting what we need right now, and we're really concerned about the continued growth in the space. I think you're going to see efficiency in data centers begin to be an area of focus. There's some of these data centers you can now, where they're actually doing like liquid cooled, like submerging the servers in a cooled gel. From a government perspective, conversation about behind the meter. Do you deploy a reactor on a military base? Interesting concept. How much does the military base use? Obviously, some military bases are going to use a whole lot more if they're data heavy. That's an interesting opportunity for us because we don't have to go through the whole NRC process to deploy on a military base. So back to this gentleman's question earlier, that's a very accepting community on base. But if you don't go through the NRC, those electrons are not allowed to leave the base. Still, maybe there's a trade-off somewhere in there putting reactors on base, SMRs or micros. And there is one, I'll just say, Eielson Air Force Base up in Alaska. The Department of Defense is doing a lot of great work in conjunction with the Department of Energy, on deploying these technologies.
Yeah, and up at Eielson, Fairbanks sits in a low bowl, and they've been using coal and wood, and the air quality is a serious issue up there. Yeah.
From the national security perspective, Eielson Air Force Base, first line of defense radar, and it's running off of
coal,
diesel and
diesel. Yeah.
And diesel. I mean, we can do better than that.
Absolutely. Okay. Yes, sir.
I'm not an expert on nuclear, so if these are
don't worry, neither are we. We stayed at the Holiday Inn last night. So.
Can you talk a little bit of the timeline? Because I mean, ultimately, the goal from an environmental standpoint for nuclear is reaching net zero. And I guess just a quick Google search here: the last nuclear reactor built was this year. Before that, almost a decade before, and before that, almost 25 years. So, what kind of timeline are we kind of talking about here? Whether it's the small nuclear reactors or the big ones. Second question I have is, given the U.S. is banning Russian uranium, trying to incentivize use in the United States, but that still leaves China, right? I guess it comes down to the same question as with critical minerals, that you have it sort of concentrated in maybe not ideal places, except obviously, Canada's a great source. Is there enough sort of from allies and partners sources for it if we want to keep China and Russia out of the picture?
I'm going to let you guys start.
Well, I guess from a Canadian perspective, I think you're touching on something that's pretty important for us, as a country. Maybe it's a gentle reminder to you. We do see ourselves as allies, right? And we do see ourselves as part of this continental family, but it doesn't feel like that sometimes. So something like uranium, Canadian uranium, should be a non-debatable type of discussion. Right? So it's nice to say, well, yeah, you guys can't. Well, yeah, but the Canadian market provides a lot of that uranium. So as you folks are thinking about how the realignment occurs here, we see ourselves as your allies and colleagues and friends. So it'll be up to you how you kind of maneuver those types of questions from that perspective. There's a lot of critical minerals in Canada too that could be jointly worked on, right? There's Saskatchewan, Ontario's got, I think all the critical minerals are there as well. And so our efforts to develop those will probably align with what is needed or could be happening here as well, if there's a decision to take a continental approach to some of these discussions. So in a lot of ways, that discussion here will inform how that relationship evolves. But certainly in the uranium perspective, key companies like Cameco, I would argue, are an essential national security partner to the United States of America, and make sure you kind of keep that in mind.
Do you want to talk about construction deployment on an SMR? since?
No, not really.
Okay.
Just kidding. No, we got, our timelines are a little bit different maybe. So in the SMR space, Ontario Power Generation is looking at building its 4 reactors by 2029, like to have them on the grid. They're real projects. So they got about 900 million Canadian dollars, loan guarantees, construction, site preparation has started, the whole thing. Saskatchewan's following suit with those 4G Attache as well, same model, by another 2-3 years after that. So they want Ontario to take the lead as a nuclear province. They're going to follow through, and then Poland would follow through after that. So these projects are pretty, from a Canadian perspective, they're real, right? And they're proceeding. And these are the 300 megawatts replacing coal-sized plants in Saskatchewan particularly.
Okay. Departing thoughts, 2 minutes each. We'll start with Brian and work back toward Robert. By the way, this has been great. I mean, the topic's been amazing, but kind of what didn't we say that you want to talk about, or based on what somebody has said, what do you want to clarify, or what do you want to leave folks thinking as we end?
I think first, the fact, again, that we're having this conversation, I'll just say, in a presidential election, that energy was such a central topic in various forms, whether it was, talking about LNG, the pause, the role that small reactors can play, I think was really refreshing that both candidates were out there talking about it. Obviously, I'm very happy that President Trump will be returning to the White House and work on building upon the steps he had already taken and making it more robust in the second term. I think a challenge that, at least here in the United States, the decision-making process around nuclear policy, et cetera, and I see the guru of all policy just walked in the back of the room, Mr. Cantanzero, you'll hear from in a couple minutes, but there's so many people involved. If the President of the United States said, I want to have a conversation about nuclear energy, bring in all the various people in offices that need to be involved, I'm going to guesstimate that it's 40 or 50 between the NRC, the Department of Energy, the Department of Commerce, Department of Homeland Security for the EPZ zones. It's just, you're not going to get to yes when everyone's got a reason to say no or has another threshold. And I'm not saying that their roles aren't important, but there's a way to bring the people into a room and say, we are going to do this, start getting your ducks in order.
Okay.
I think most of the topics, there's been fascinating conversations, so really, again, appreciate the opportunity. From a Canadian perspective, we're really focused on just getting the operations going. Really, we feel the big policy discussions have cracked to now include nuclear, not only domestically, but also internationally. Who would have thought that COP, there would have been a commitment to triple nuclear capacity, like triple it. I don't know how many countries have signed on. It seems to become a nonpartisan issue. Even in Canada, our 2 major parties, one on the left and one on the right, have both embraced nuclear as having a very strategic role in the domestic and as well as international energy security and climate objectives. We see that even in the United Kingdom. We see that in other jurisdictions. We see it in Japan, which with all its history is reopening and reconsidering nuclear. So that speaks to the fact that there's a momentum here happening both domestically and internationally, and it's about the mechanics in each country. In our country, it is about finance, regulatory, the skills piece for sure, and working together with countries like the United States, bilaterally, but also in third markets. And I think that's where we're at as a country.
Okay. Thank you very much. Robert, you have the final word.
Just at the macro level, I think it'll be really hard to decouple GDP growth and energy abundance. And just look at Europe right now, how screwed they are because they don't have enough energy and they won't produce enough energy going forward, be reliant on external sources. So we have this ability, Canada, US, we have abundance, but execution, speed is so important going forward. So I would say we have this huge opportunity in front of us. We have to seize it.
Okay. George, Ryan, Robert, thank you so very much for this panel discussion. And if we could give our panelists a round of applause, I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll reset and immediately follow less than 5 minutes with our closing panel, which you will not want to miss because it's going to be fascinating. Thank you. I'm so thrilled to introduce your moderator, Jamie Tronis, the Executive Director of the Center for North American Prosperity and Security. Jamie, take it away.
Thank you. Yeah, it's great to be here, I have to say, on behalf of the Macdonald-Laurier Institute, of which the Center for North American Prosperity and Security is the satellite office here in the United States. Welcome, everybody, and thank you for joining us today. I'm excited about this panel today. We're going to be talking a little bit in a different perspective in terms of what we need to do to align our markets. So with me today, I have Steve Myers. Steve is the Director of Program Management at the Pacific Northwest Economic Region, PNWER. His expertise spans the Arctic, academia, workforce development, invasive species management, mining, emergency management, and of course, innovation. He leads a lot of complex projects. He facilitates high-level meetings. If any one of you is familiar with PNWER and their amazing work, then you've probably run into him at some point. And I'll let him talk a little bit about the gold standard of work that PNWER does in coordinating across our border. I also have with me today Chris Sands, who I'm sure most of you have met at some point. If you ever talk about Canada and Washington, it's usually with Chris. Now I'm here too, so now there's two. I think this is our second panel together in as many weeks. Yeah.
Yes, well, you can be the usual suspect. I'll be the suspect usual.
There you go. So Chris is the director of the Wilson Centre Canada Institute, which is the largest policy research program on Canada outside of Canada and is the leading source of scholarship on U.S.-Canadian relations in Washington, D.C. Dr. Sands is also a lecturer at Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies and directs the Hopkins Center for Canadian Studies. And then also with me today is Mike Catanzaro. Sorry about that. Mike has served in several senior policy positions in the federal government, including at the U.S. House of Representatives, the U.S. Senate, Environmental Protection Agency, and the White House. He served as special assistant to President Trump for domestic energy and environmental policy at the White House National Economic Council, which I'm sure many of you will have wanted to talk to him about today, and you will get a chance to ask your questions to the panel. I am also going to just say that he's the non-resident senior associate at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, the chairman of the Policy and Digital Advisory Board of the Energy Consumer Market Alignment Project, and a former visiting policy fellow at the University of Chicago's Energy Policy Institute, so he knows his stuff. So our subject today is preserving North American energy security and aligning our policy and our intent. I think quite a bit of what we heard today talked a lot about how Canada and the US together have really not just talked about becoming an energy powerhouse, but become a dominant force in the energy sector in the world. I think especially the lunchtime panel kind of hammered that home in ways that I think some of us were kind of blown out of our seats thinking about just how strong the relationship has been in terms of output and production. So I want to talk about how can we grow that output and production by thinking about aligning our policy, but also the intent behind our policy to grow that. So I'm going to put the question to the panel. In order to realize, as Tom Duesterberg put it earlier, the building of the arsenal of energy for democracy, what kind of things do we need to do that Canada and the United States need to do to align our energy and climate policy across the border? And Steve, I'll start with you.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Jamie, and yeah, thanks again to everybody for the invitation. Happy to be in the other Washington, as we like to call it in Seattle. I just wanted to really give an introduction about our organization, what we represent. So our board's made up of state and provincial legislators from Western Canadian provinces, so Saskatchewan, Alberta, British Columbia, Northwest Territories, and Yukon. In the United States, it's Montana, Idaho, Oregon, Washington, and Alaska. And so 10 jurisdictions led by legislators, bipartisan, and also private public sector organization. So we have a pretty broad breadth of what we deal with. You heard my bio, I cover a lot of different portfolios. And so, being able to dive into these issues legislators have to deal with every day, we try to help ferry that along, but we also ferry it along with the US border and Canada and that relationship. And so really our goal is to try and build up that relationship because our region economically is the 11th largest in the globe with GDP. So when you look at what we do in our region between energy development, advanced manufacturing, and software development, it's really what is one of the global powerhouses that we like to talk about. But because of that, we do have a lot of challenges when it comes to energy, where we get it from, how we get it. We were lucky in the state of Washington to have the hydro system that we do have. It brought us the Manhattan Project. It's led to cheap energy in our region, both in BC and in Washington, Oregon, and Idaho. There's a lot of opportunity that existed because of that. And you've heard this many times today, but that capacity is starting to really get stressed. And so, we're looking at everything above the board when it comes to energy and how we keep our region running. And so with that, we've been looking at hydrogen. I know fusion came up in the last panel. There's actually a company that we have in Seattle or around the Seattle area that just raised $500 million in equity for hydrogen, or I'm sorry, for fusion. But these other technologies out there we're looking at, but the traditional ones also are where we need to look at how we can keep those moving as well. So it is a tough order for us to do that with our policymakers, because you can imagine with the diversity that we also have a lot of diverse opinions about where we go and how we do that. But luckily we're able to bring people together and talk about those areas where we have mutual agreement. And so that's really what's been the reason our organization has lasted so long. So we've been around for over 30 years, and it's really that opportunity to bring people together to talk about where we do have agreement and advance those recommendations from our policymakers.
Chris, would you like to weigh in?
Sure. Well, and first, thanks for having me. It's nice to have a tag team partner working on Canada here in DC. And it's really nice to be back at the Hudson Institute. I spent almost a decade here working on Canadian issues before they moved to the cool new building. So I put on the green tie to show that I like the green backdrop. I'm from the blue era, which was a long time ago. Anyway, nice to be back. I think the challenge is that we have, and we heard so much about this, we have the energy abundance, but it's bringing it all together. And I think we thought we were better off than we now realize we are because of the importance of resilience, the importance of having the grid connect and get to the people that they need. And I think a second consideration, which is inevitable, and I think a really exciting moment for us now, is a kind of return to energy pragmatism, because we're not going to get to net zero by 2050. No one is. I don't think anyone's on track. But we are going to see energy demand rise. We are going to have challenges of trying to diversify our energy mix for a variety of reasons. We're lucky in the United States to be able to, and in Canada, to have those resources. But we also need to think about our allies. We have to think about how do we get this to our friends, et cetera. LNG is an option. Some of the raw materials like uranium we heard in the last panel are really important. And we also have to be ecumenical, if it's okay to say that. Not only are we interested in a variety of ways of generating electricity, we also have to see fossil fuels in the mix, and we also have to see hydro in the mix. And I feel like a lot of our environmentally oriented friends have spent the last 20 years being very picky eaters. They wanted just a few types of energy because they were on the good list. And no, I think now what we have to do is say, well, large-scale hydro and large-scale nuclear or small modular nuclear have to be in the mix. Oil and gas have to be in the mix. Everyone has to be able to play in this game. And I think with that, we'll have a lot that we can do together. But it leads me to my last point here, and Steve sort of set me up for this. The US can be complacent about our relationship with Canada. And I think what's needed is not Canada to commit to being our #1 international energy supplier, but the US to say, we want Canada to be a partner in energy, and that means we're going to clear the way on some of the regulatory issues that are out there. I'm not picking on anyone, but the presidential permit process for cross-border energy infrastructure is a pretty thin system. There's not a lot of rules to it, and we've seen, you can pick, be nonpartisan. We've seen a lot of back and forth decisions and a lot of confusion and a lot of people wondering, well, what can I do to get an approval? And it's really a random process. It's not very helpful. So we should reform that. We should be thinking about how can we expedite even judicial rulings, even regulatory rulings, so we can get things built. And yes, Canada has its challenges, but we do too in terms of large permitting infrastructure. And I think we need to be creative because we're in a hurry. Can we leverage things like artificial intelligence to map the route of a pipeline or a power line or a site and pull together all the regulatory permitting decisions of every jurisdiction on the way and say, well, so where is this pipeline most likely to get blocked? And can we move it about a mile this way and avoid that? Or can we provide the kind of information knowing that that's what this jurisdiction or that decision maker wants? The challenge of North America has always been that we didn't break sovereignty. We don't delegate sovereignty to anyone. We all respect each level of government's ability to make decisions. We don't want to take that away. We just want to make it more efficient. We want to get to yes faster. And from all the discussion today, it's pretty clear to me that we are not going to be able to build our energy future with the government. I mean, the government will contribute and has a role to play, but we're expecting the private sector to pay for this. And the private sector needs to see profit within their lifetime, or otherwise they don't want to just put the capital in. And I don't think we've been very good to our private sector. And I would also, I think the United States in particular needs to step up its game if it wants to have Canada continue to be its #1 partner.
Very well. Over to you.
Not picking on you, though.
No.
You're one of the good ones.
Is that right? Well, those are great comments, and actually I agree with a lot of what you just said. First off, thanks for the invitation to be here. This is just a great event, and I love this group, do great work. So for me, a guy who's a creature of both Congress in 2 administrations, the North American energy story is a really interesting one. It's been quite an odyssey over the last many decades. When I was in the Bush administration in the early 2000s at the White House, the dominant discussion in the energy space up on Capitol Hill was, oh my gosh, how are we going to import more energy because we don't have it? And we had testimony from Department of Energy, even Alan Greenspan came up and testified, said you need to build more LNG import facilities because we need more natural gas. We're importing from Canada. Canada, of course, was still to this day such a hugely significant player to our economy in terms of the imports, and this cross-border trade relationship that we have is so robust. But really, in those days, again, there was a discussion about North American energy relying a lot on Canada, and then, of course, still to this day, energy independence is still the watchword. You can go back many decades, probably to President Nixon, who talked about the need for energy independence. Well, of course, we all know the shale revolution in the U.S. happened, 2009, 10, 11, and the conversation almost literally overnight completely changed. And now the United States is the largest producer of oil and gas in the world. However, we should double down on the fact that U.S. and Canada together can be this powerful force, as was already sort of mentioned today and mentioned throughout this conference. We really can be a powerful force for good in the world, using energy for good in the world, as opposed to others who are using it in just the opposite way. But in terms of the regulatory environment, that's such an important point, because I think what we've seen, as a Republican, I look at the last 4 years, and it's very disappointing to see a number of the rules and regs that have come out of this administration that have been very hostile, particularly to fossil fuels, fossil fuel development, LNG exports. Now, we're still a large producer of oil, the largest producer in the world in natural gas, but that's because a lot of the production is occurring on state and private lands. But the LNG export pause has been very damaging. We had a court rule that was in violation of the Natural Gas Act, but still this administration really hasn't done much to advance the application so we can get LNG to our allies in an expeditious manner. The permitting issues are real, and I think they're real on both sides. And this point about cross-border is so important because, you know, the cross-border regulatory apparatus really in the United States was developed, I think, going all the way back to Lyndon Johnson, and then George W. Bush updated it, but really it gave a lot of delegated authority to the State Department. I was part of the effort with President Trump to update it and really put it in the hands of the president. But it's still, I totally agree, very inadequate. We need legislation actually to dictate how this should play out, because if you don't, then you're going to have litigation, and litigation, in my mind, is the biggest problem we face with respect to permitting. We have to get permitting regulations all aligned both in the United States and in Canada, because again, if you don't, you have this mismatch. We're not going to be able to take advantage of the leverage we could have given the resources that we do have. I am concerned too about the cap and trade program that's now kind of taking effect. I guess it will play out and really take effect starting in 2026. Very ambitious targets. You read the literature around it, and there's this sense that, well, it's all flexible and it's market-based and it will all just be fine and it will allow us to achieve net zero by 2050. I don't buy it at all. I think over time they're going to have to adjust it and probably weaken it and put, you know, loopholes in it and make it maybe even more complicated than it already is. But I think this, speaking of regulation, can be very damaging to the U.S.-Canada relationship. And if the economic analysis that I've read is anywhere near accurate, you're going to lose a lot of jobs. You're going to see production shut in Canada. And again, our refineries rely on the heavy crude from Canada. So it's really, really important to get that right. I think on the electricity side of the equation, we face huge challenges in the United States, and I suspect in Canada's are great too, with this AI data center demand explosion that really, it's kind of funny how these things in Washington, I think people kind of knew this was coming, but all of a sudden now everyone's talking about it. But it is a very, very serious issue. And you're looking at, you know, potentially 160% increase in data center demand by 2030. You know, it could go up to about 9 or 10% of electric demand. That's a huge number. I think the latest that I saw was you have to build 200 natural gas plants or 71 gigawatt nuke plants to meet the demand. We're never going to do that with a permitting and regulatory system that we have. So that's very important given we share a grid together, so we have to get that right. We need to change the permitting system to allow more production. We have the resources, Canada, US, good for the world, good for our two countries, but really policy is unfortunately getting in the way, and hopefully we together can coordinate and align and then get to a good place at the end.
That brings me to my next question for Steve. You know, PENWAR is the gold standard for cross-border consultation and policy alignment. It's been studied and written about by academics and discussed at length. How would you advise the Canadian and US governments to kind of come together and align their policies on energy? And are there particular roadblocks that you foresee or that you have experienced in your time at PENWAR?
No, yeah, thanks for the question. It's been a long time in looking at different policies perspectives. You know, at the legislative level, you know, we've had the opportunity really to have that easy communication with everyone. It's almost like being a neighborhood association. It's like, oh, is this happening to you? It's happening to me. And so at the local level, you can see that engagement. You can see that interest from one another. But when we do go to the federal government, it's not always that easy. And so, you know, in some ways, we're that voice in the wilderness screaming out, you know, hey, we're out here. And so organizations like the Interparliamentary Group in Ottawa, you know, they've made it a point to come to our meetings and engage, and also try and engage with our U.S. partners or the other U.S. members there. But then also, for a time, we had the Northern Border Caucus with congressional members that were, you know, interested in how we made the northern border more efficient, how we could get things to work better. But it's kind of had stops and starts depending on who chairs it. And so, to Chris's point, just what he was reiterating about just having, you know, the U.S. make that initiative to say, hey, we do want to work with Canada. We want Canada to work with us at the federal level. You know, we kind of take it for granted where we're at because it's just so integrated with everything we do in our energy and advanced manufacturing. So it's one of those that we try to showcase as much as we can to our federal partners and try to, you know, get them to come out and look and see what's happening. But also just align some of those different things. And in many ways, we act as kind of a bit of a cattle prod to some of the joint action committees. We'll ask the question, hey, when are you guys meeting? You know, what are the outcomes? You know, we didn't see that get published, that kind of thing. So Again, acting as more of an advocate for our members and also sharing with our federal partners just what's going on in the region.
Chris, I wanted to switch gears a little bit and ask you, given your expertise in Canada, you've been a longtime Canada expert and watcher, how do you see the new Canadian policy of an emissions cap proceeding through the government? How do you think that's going to go?
I'll answer that question in a funny way, but bear with me. One of the things I think has been really positive about the Biden administration was their decision to roll out a national defense industrial strategy. And it had two features that I quite liked. One was an acknowledgement of a reality, but a redefinition of the defense industrial base of the United States as including its allies. Now that's a commitment because we need to be able to rearm the West, and that's very important. It came with a commitment to stockpiles of critical minerals and rare earths, and a formula for figuring out how we're going to do that. That's so essential, as we've heard today, for mining companies to know they can put their patient capital or impatient capital into these projects and know that even if China floods the zone, a stockpile might be available for non-Chinese origin materials that they could still sell into. So that's, mind you, that's the Defense Department, but so you wouldn't be surprised, it's more strategic thinking. If we can acknowledge that the defense industrial base of the United States is multinational today, and it's us and our allies, why can't we decide that our energy economy is multinational? Why can't we acknowledge that our future reaching the goals we want to reach includes Canada? And if that's true, how can we plan together to reach the potential that we have? And I think looking at specific issues like the emissions cap, it just reminds you of the coordinated nature of our policymaking. One of the things that's in the USMCA is an acknowledgement that a carbon border adjustment mechanism would be legal as long as it wasn't designed to disrupt trade. Maybe okay for commodities, I guess, but how in the heck are you going to do it when the US doesn't? I think we have 11 jurisdictions with a carbon price, and the Prime Minister wants to send Canada's carbon price to $170 a ton, and we're nowhere near any of that in price ways. But then you have the auto industry. What are you going to do? Rebate it like the GST as you move parts back and forth? It's a recipe for inflation. It's a recipe for inefficiency. I feel the same way about carbon taxes. I feel the same way about some of the decisions we've made recently with regard to US-sourced EV batteries or other things. We have to recognize that the vision has consequences. It's good to say you see it. It's important that we then act on that and build a consensus. And if the consensus isn't there yet, let's talk about it so that people can come around to it. Everybody can win here. But I feel like we neglect the responsibility of the vision we throw out there and hope the Canadians will put up with us. They say, I remember the movie, love means never having to say you're sorry. We can't operate North America on that basis. Didn't end up so well in the movie either.
Well, being Canadian, my husband will tell you, who's an American, that I say sorry far too often and usually don't
Put in
mean
that
it.
cute Canadian accent.
Yeah, but and I often mean it about as much as my kids do after they've done something wrong. Michael, I wanted to talk to you. So again, bringing it up that you served in the first Trump administration on the issue of cross-border. So there's a definite consensus in Washington, particularly with the immense demands for AI that's been mentioned several times. How do you foresee the importance of an alignment on Canadian and American policies on energy going forward within the next administration?
Yeah, it's critically important, obviously. I think that, I go back to my time in the White House in 2017, and I think things got off to a very good start vis-a-vis the US-Canada relationship, and that was, I think, in good part because the President issued an executive order to get the Keystone XL pipeline back up and to start getting that permitting process back up and to try to ensure that that pipeline was actually going to get built, which unfortunately it's not going to get built because of this administration. And so that was a good thing. It was a good sort of predicate to lay, but then unfortunately climate policy, bad climate policy, I would argue, kind of got in the way and disrupted the relationship and created tension. And by that I mean in June of 2017, the President followed through, and it was very clear he was going to do this from the campaign. He followed through and removed the United States from the Paris Climate Agreement. And I remember then being in meetings with Canadian energy officials after that happened, and they were very hostile to us and to the administration because of that choice. Again, I would have preferred that they sort of respected the electoral process more in the United States, that this was something the president took to the voters. He won the election and he followed through on his promise. But that really, I think President Trump did the right thing. And unfortunately, again, I think the Canadian reaction set the relationship back, unfortunately, and again, for some time. I think it eventually got back on track. I think with this administration, again, there's also been tension. I think KXL, just in the other way, as I said, certainly was the wrong move for the United States and certainly was detrimental to Canada for a lot of reasons. But going forward, I think we have this great opportunity. Are we going to be perfectly aligned when it comes to climate policy domestically in North America, globally? I don't think so. I think it's going to be very difficult. We have two very different countries, two very different electorates, two somewhat different economies, even though they are linked. But we should not let that be an obstacle because, again, Canada and the United States, when it comes to emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, I mean, we're leading the world for lots of reasons. And, you know, the problem more is coming from China and India, and that's where we really should be devoting resources and putting the pressure on them to reduce their emissions. And again, I hope that going forward, I would expect the president, again, to do the same with the Paris Agreement, and hopefully that will not be a setback. I hope by the same token that the United States, understanding that Canada has a cap and trade system, they're going to have to be able to work within that somehow. I'm not sure a CBAM is the right way to go. There's been some legislation introduced in the United States Senate that didn't get really any support. I think the senator who introduced it had 0 co-sponsors, and there's a lot of skepticism, particularly on the part of Republicans, that it's, well, if you look at the European example, it's been extremely difficult to implement it and do it efficiently. It's been very bureaucratic. They've had to put off implementation. They're pushing it further and further into the future. So I'm not sure I would see, at least on the US side, any kind of support for that in the near term. Tariffs, obviously a whole different issue, but USMCA 2026, is there going to be this review? Potentially. I view that as a huge opportunity for both countries. But again, hopefully differences over climate policy will not be the albatross hanging around both our necks.
That's a really good answer. I think you're right that the USMCA review in 2026 is going to be what I like to call a crisis-opportunity, in that there's,
I'm going to steal that. That's good.
Yes. I can't claim it. I got it from Homer Simpson. Sure got it from
even better.
Yes, but the crisis-opportunity in that, yes, it's a crisis, but we can use it as an opportunity to realign some of the policies between the two countries without having to do a separate treaty. And particularly, it's a good opportunity for the energy sector, I think, to really get in there with policies and that can kind of insulate the sector as we go forward with potentially another election in Canada that will happen next year. We don't know when, but we know at least by this time next year we'll have had an election in Canada as well. So 2 different administrations to think about and what that means. That's another panel topic for next year. Maybe we'll come back if Hudson will have us. I wanted to ask about that, given that we have another election coming up in Canada, and we just had one here. Also, for those of you who are playing the TC Energy drinking game, I'm about to say the Keystone XL word again. So do you all see the environmental groups trying to make emissions caps or pipelines ongoing points of friction as they did with the Keystone XL? And how do you think, given the mandate that exists down here at least, that the new administration is going to have, do you think that this will be a revived project, or will it lead to maybe some changes along, as Chris had mentioned, how we are able to approve pipelines going forward?
Sure. Yeah, as best I can tell, I think TC is probably not, well, it's actually not TC anymore. I guess it would be Southbow, correct? So I think that, the regulatory environment is not such that Southbow would be in a position to try to go through all of that permitting all over again. I mean, even when they had a favorable administration in President Trump's as the 45th president, it went through all kinds of lawsuits. It got stuck in the district court up in Montana. And by the time we got to the new administration, obviously they took the executive order and turned things around pretty quickly. And so, looking, as I said, at the permitting and regulatory environment in the United States right now, I just don't think a company like that would be willing to go out and take the financial risk, the regulatory, and even the sort of political risk to go through that process all over again with no guarantee that you can get to the end of it and be successful and build the pipeline and operate it. And that's not just with KXL. I mean, that's with a lot of different types of energy infrastructure, whether it's cross-border pipelines or transmission lines. We have all kinds of resistance for lots of reasons in the United States to building that kind of infrastructure. And the permitting system we have came out of largely the 1970s, because basically permitting is all the environmental statutes that we deal with. They're very important, and we need to maintain them because we have the cleanest economy in the world. But again, they were passed in the 1970s, and it's time to update them and time to recognize that the United States, as well as Canada, the North America economies are extremely different, to say the least, from what we saw in the 1970s when the Clean Air Act, Clean Water Act, all these things were passed. Again, let's maintain those, but let's update them, reform them, and then let's, again, fix the litigation process, because even if you change the underlying statutes and make them more efficient and reasonable, as long as people can take you to court time and time and time again. I mean, the Atlantic Coast Pipeline is a good example. They went through the process, got all the way to the Supreme Court and won their case, and then they said, we're still not done. We know that we need 5 or 6 more permits, and then we're gonna get litigated all over again, so they abandoned it. That has to change, and again, hopefully, if you can get to a point, we need Congress to act. We've got Pat McCormick here, thankfully, from Senator Barrasso's staff. They've done great work in putting forward the Manchin-Barrasso Energy Permitting Reform Act of 2024. That's just exactly the kind of thing that we need. So hopefully, with a new Congress and a new president, we can get there, but Congress has to act, and that will have huge ramifications for us in North America and I think the world.
I'm going to answer this revealing that I'm a Michigander, because a couple of examples from Michigan. In the last century, what we did with a lot of our Canada-East relations was to create institutions, not to make decisions, no delegation of sovereignty, but to help take the complexity and make a plan. And one of the classic ones is the International Joint Commission created by the Boundary Waters Treaty of 1909. If anybody had that on their bingo card, I'd be impressed. But what that did was set up a scientific review group with equal numbers of Canadians and Americans, politically appointed, but with a staff of scientists. And when you ask them to do something that comes from the State Department and Foreign Affairs Canada, they look hard at a problem and come up with a report. When Enbridge tried to spend its own money improving the quality and updating the security of a pipeline that goes under the Straits of Mackinac, that right now sits on some rusty old metal stilts, to put it underground, to put it in a cement tunnel, to make sure that it's truly safe, the state tried to block it, and we're back to litigation. And it ended up that the company had to invoke the 1977 Pipeline Treaty in the attempt to federalize the problem. And it became a diplomatic incident. But you know what? We had the IJC. Governments of Canada and the US, rather than being passive or reactive, could have said, stop. We're going to have them take a look at what's really going on. Is this a greater risk now? Will it be a greater risk later? Here's the science. Here's what we recommend you do. And I've seen the IJC. They're great. They go to every little town hall. They talk to everybody until they're blue in the face. They bring the science together, and they offer good advice, which is non-binding. So if it's bad advice, you don't have to do anything. But if it is there, part of the problem is this asymmetry. I'm sure you saw this when you were working in government. The US has so many things on its agenda, so how do we give due attention to the Canadian file? Well, we have to. So we have a body. We could have used it. We didn't. As a taxpayer, if we're not going to use it, we should just eliminate it so we don't have to pay for it. But I like those people, so I would just like to use them. That's my first thing. Secondly, we had a great lesson in building the Gordie Howe International Bridge, and I know we're not allowed to cross it yet. It's almost done. President Trump will be there for the opening, I guess, next fall, depending on how the schedule goes. But when we did that project, huge, expensive joint infrastructure project, we did a compact at the beginning of the process that said, we're going to hire one engineering company, and we're going to have them do soil samples, air samples, engineering tests, et cetera. And we will make our independent decisions, but on the basis of the same facts, because we knew there's so many times that you take a soil sample 10 feet away and you get a different result, and you got to go back to the drawing board. That's the kind of thing you can do that isn't about necessarily even changing the permitting process, but saying, can we all just agree on the facts and then make decisions based on that rather than everybody coming up with new data? We've shown we can do it collaboratively. Maybe we can do that more broadly. And the last, I'm going to invoke the great Lee Iacocca, Because I think when it comes to environment, when it comes to Congress, when it comes to states, we need to follow Lee Iacocca's great advice, which is lead, follow, or get out of the way. And I think we're getting none of the above right now, and we can do better.
Yeah, I just add that, well, yeah, for us, it's really been challenging just with more transmission lines and also just pipelines in general. But mainly, it's also, you know, really the blockage that we have, even for green projects. You know, we talked about permit reform, and we've seen that bipartisan push to have, you know, more of that reform happen, but also just the state alignment with federal permitting. You know, that's another piece that, you know, we ask a lot of questions about, where we can get, you know, is there pieces of this, what the state does that align with what the federal government's doing? And, you know, I do have to commend industry and what they've done to go out and communicate with communities about what's happening and why we're doing this. You know, part of the work we do is to help educate our legislators on, well, why do you need to expand this transmission line, and what's the purpose for this? And at the end of the day, a lot of people just don't realize that when you flip the switch and the power comes on, it's just there, and they don't understand that it has to come through, you know, miles and miles of cable and wire and copper wire and everything else. So, you know, just trying to give that education piece out to communities has been one of the things we've been trying to advocate more for. And if we see that, you know, come at from a bipartisan way to everyone, you know, just having that honest conversation with community members about why we need to do what we're doing is something we really try to advocate for and want to see more from other groups.
Yeah, you know, thinking about it as well, there are some areas certainly where Canada and the US very closely work together, and that those areas have really intertwined our economy. Thinking particularly of the Auto Pact and the manufacturing of vehicles. I know we were talking earlier about aircraft. You know, what kind of areas, other areas are there where Canada and the US broadly agree that we could use as a jumping off point for further agreement on aligning energy policy? Anyone want to jump in?
Well, I can start on one specific project we're working on, just with doing hydrogen asset mapping. So right now, Washington, Oregon, and Montana were awarded a federal grant to do hydrogen work in the region. And what we did was we brought partners from BC, and we're in the process of bringing Alberta and Alaska into this conversation too. Just what is the asset of hydrogen in our region? So trying to answer those questions. So we were working on a binational study in our region, you know, trying to come up with solutions for what's next with hydrogen. I think one of the big outcomes from it is, if any of you know, in the energy space, there's a lot of different colored hydrogen where it's produced from. So there's blue hydrogen from natural gas, green hydrogen from renewables, white and gold from just natural occurring hydrogen. So really the consensus that came back, though, was it's saying, you know, we really want to look at hydrogen that has a low carbon footprint. How do we get to that point, and how do we keep the carbon footprint down on this product? And so, you know, those kinds of things that we see, you know, popping up in that space are reassuring, and those are kind of areas where we see agreement, you know, on the policy side. And so, you know, if we can do more of that, I think that's really what we're trying to work towards.
One of the things I think we're going to see as we move forward vindicate something Wilbur Ross proposed during the USMCA negotiations, which is that we really need to understand the supply chains that support us all the way down to the raw materials. And I think that's a vision, maybe ahead of its time when he raised it, which we should have for autos and everything else. And to have supply chains that are, you know, auditable, transparent, so you know where every step comes, will ultimately please the consumer. If you know any Generation Z consumers, they're very fussy about what goes into all the stuff they buy. It will also please institutional investors whose capital is important to build some of these projects because they'll know what they're investing in. And that will ultimately lead to, I think, a better economy overall, because we're pushing out the things that are bad, not by government mandate, but by creating transparency so that people become more conscious and more aware of what's at every step. But we all remember what happened when organic food was all the rage. Just about everybody put organic on the label, and some of it was real and some of it was not. I remember, weirdly, for one Halloween, we bought organic pixie sticks. Now, it's kind of sugar. I guess but it doesn't really strike you as that. So what happened was the Department of Agriculture came up with some, standards so that we could do that. I think there's a role for government in setting standards. I know regulation and permitting and litigation can be problems, but can government help us come up with the measurements that we will use to determine the carbon impact of things, so we don't debate that or second guess what somebody's claim is? Let's figure out what they are. Like we do with efficient appliances. They're Energy Star standards, we know what it takes, or LEED standards. And in those cases, they come from the private sector. So maybe we need the private sector to help us come up with the reasonable measurements so that we can trace this, so we can be transparent. And then let the voter decide. I think one of the great mistakes we've made so far on smart metering is the meters are smart, but all the power goes to the utility. They're the ones who get to decide whether they're going to shut off your air conditioning because it's a peak period. Why don't we turn it around? Why don't we empower the consumer to look at a pie chart and say, okay, I'm going to have 10% renewable, I'd like to have 50% non-renewable, in order to get the price mix they want, in order to send a signal to the utilities of what they need to buy. Empower people, give them the tools, information, so that they can make a decision, and then let the democracy and the debate that we have about choices lead us someplace better. I think we've had too many top-down solutions in both of our countries, and I think in a very decentralized way, picking up on what you were saying, Steve, we know how to do pilot projects, we know how to do those things, but we shouldn't try to run everything from Washington and Ottawa.
So I think there are two areas. One, I'd like to see more, and it's decent right now, but I'd like to see more sort of technical and scientific collaboration to make sure that both countries together are advancing clean energy technologies so that we can export them to the world and use them in our own economies. I mean, certainly what we're seeing with China and what they've done with clean energy, with solar panels as an example over the last 10 years, they have a ton of leverage in the global market, and we need to counteract that. I think the other area too is on the minerals discussion, which I know was talked about earlier. Certainly critical minerals when it comes to China. I think they control 80% of processing, and when you go buy mineral or rare earth, it varies, but they have a huge leg up on the rest of us. And we have the resources in both Canada and the United States. We need to figure out a way to, again, we're not going to be mining our way, I suppose, out of this problem completely. That takes a long time. But again, let's figure out a way to build some of these mines, some of the processing capabilities, so that we can, again, counteract the influence of China. I also think there's a third issue, and it goes back to the first point, and my good friend Brian McCormick over there raised it about, he knows nuclear better than anybody. It's this SMR issue. And look, if we want clean, reliable baseload power, we need it. We absolutely need it. Both countries should be working together on nuclear, I think. Developing SMRs is the future. And again, it checks many boxes. You create jobs, technology leader, you're addressing climate change, zero emissions. So those are the areas where I think working together, we could do a lot of good for our economies.
Yeah, I think we're going to open it to questions here in just a second, but for the rest of you who had Saskatchewan again on your bingo card, yes, I agree. Nuclear is something that Canada has an abundance of, and Saskatchewan in particular has the potential to be a real energy powerhouse when it comes to nuclear. And you know, I'm not from Saskatchewan, but I lived there every summer growing up because that's where we had our summer house. And yeah, it's a really remarkable place. There's a lot of people working in the mining industry there, Cameco and all the different mines, and I think there's a lot of potential there. We're going to open it up to questions. Yes.
Thanks, Chase Winter, Energy Intelligence. What do you see as, you know, the Trump 2.0, like top priorities? We'll just stick it domestic, on the domestic side. You know, what are the top priorities if you had to kind of list them, and you know, how does it match up with the oil and gas sector's priorities? I'm also thinking, I haven't heard that much today about the IRA, which is a little surprising, because clearly there's parts of that the oil and gas sector like, and so maybe you can address that a little bit as well. And how,
Yeah, I mean, maybe second question first. I think with the IRA, it's been interesting over time to watch the debate on Capitol Hill. Of course, it was a partisan piece of legislation. No Republicans supported it. But I will say, when you look at the individual energy tax credits, climate tax credits that were part of it, a number of those did have bipartisan support before the IRA was passed. So things like 45E, the hydrogen production tax credit, nuclear production tax credit, 45Q, carbon capture. So I do think over time you're starting to see Republicans saying, well, I think the mantra now is let's use a scalpel instead of a sledgehammer. So can we preserve some of those credits, maybe shrink them a bit, reduce the scope, eligibility, the time they're available? I mean, all this is going to be done in the context of extending the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act from 2017. It's coming due next year. If CBO is right, the price tag is close to $5 trillion over 10 years. So you're going to have to figure out ways to offset that deficit impact. They're not going to offset all of it, but the Republicans are looking at the IRA or parts of it as a means of getting there. But again, some of these credits, I think, will be preserved, not in their exact form today, but probably would survive at the end of the day when that debate is finished. I think in terms of Trump priorities, I mean, the best thing that I could point you all to is to go back and look at Executive Order 13783 from March of 2017. It lays out, I think, exactly what still is in the president's head and what we may see going forward, which is, look, we have all the above in the United States. We have nuclear, we have renewables, oil, gas, coal, and so let's develop those resources as robustly, as cleanly, as reliably as we can. However, we know there are regulatory and bureaucratic obstacles that are unnecessary, that are standing in the way, so let's get them out of the way to the extent that we can. And then you'll go through it and you'll see the instructions given to a number of different agencies to say, let's look at the supply side, let's figure out where these obstacles are. And usually when you have an administration come in and the predecessor was from a different party, you're always looking backwards, unfortunately, and trying to figure out what is it that we can undo and change to more align with the policy priorities of the current administration. And so you're going to see for the first couple of years, as is standard, looking back at a number of the rules and regulations from the Biden administration, many of them at the EPA, although not all of them, some of them from the Department of Interior, even Department of Energy and other places. Those are going to be looked at, those are going to be revised, in some places rescinded completely. And again, whether it's in the power sector, whether it's upstream oil and gas, refining, nuclear, you name it, there will be to use a term, an all-of-government approach to trying to make sure that, again, energy is paramount. I mean, I think you're going to see, even in the White House, energy and energy position being elevated to where, again, it's such an important, it's so central to everything in the economy. And so those are the priorities. I mean, it's pretty simple, maybe simple-minded to say it's just removing obstacles and regulations and all the rest. I mean, that's kind of what it's all about for, I think, President Trump. And when you think about Republican energy policy, is allowing the market to produce. It's not to say you shouldn't have any regulations, but I think that executive order should give you a pretty good sense of the direction of Trump 2.0.
Just to add, and I do want to hear your question, because you probably have a better answer on that. Do you want to just jump right in? No, the only thing I was going to say is, having watched a couple of the bills, the Inflation Reduction Act is sprawling. It's got stuff on Medicare drug pricing, it's got stuff on infrastructure. I could easily see the IRA becoming, several different bills with the new name. The IRA doesn't have a lot to do with inflation, so nobody will really mind if you change the name, but come up with something that that takes the best of those ideas, and honestly, not to be crass, gives the Republican majority in the Senate and maybe in the House the ability to say, we did this. That doesn't mean we change directions radically, but it reinforces it. The other thing I would say, and there, we talked about CCUS and the pricing that was built into the IRA. We've talked a little bit about some of the critical minerals and so forth. One of the things I think is great in that bill is the language that takes, that allows you to remanufacture, recycle an automotive battery, maybe from an old Prius, and it becomes 100% North American on remanufacture, even if it was originally coming from China. That's great. We're using minerals already here. China can't throw them against us, so that's smart. But also with a 75% rule of origin, and maybe Bob Lighthizer back at USTR, we are not changing that very high bar that we set. So for manufacturers, the idea that they can get these batteries and that will count as 100% North American is really good for their competitiveness and ability to get supply of things. So I take a couple of those pieces. They're really, really important. And I'm going to go one step further. My last comment, I promise. We were talking earlier about the USMCA review. That's an opportunity to put things into the USMCA. Why not say that if recycled batteries made in North America count as 100% North American, put that in the automotive rule of origin chapter, so that you don't, so you tell business this is now part of the treaty, it's going to be with us for a while, not just in legislation. And you could see that going. For critical minerals, why don't we take some of the mining engineers and the specific qualifications and put them on the NAFTA visa list or the TN visa list that we have in the United States, so they can move for the same company around the continent. So we have to be creative. I think we could set the bar high, and we could actually end up better off moving from the IRA structure to a new structure that actually may take some of those provisions and put them in different places.
You had a question?
I'm Pat McCormick from the Senate Energy Committee. First of all, thank you very much for this panel. It's very enlightening. And particularly your emphasis on, I think you called it energy pragmatism. So how do you think it's best to engage the public? Paul DeBar gave a great talk at lunch, and I asked him afterwards, how do you talk to Europe about these things? And what I neglected to ask him is, how do you talk to California or British Columbia or Quebec or New York? And so really, what do you think is the best way to engage the public on this question of pragmatic solutions?
I can take a stab at it. So our organization, we established a program called the Legislative Energy Horizons Institute. And so it's an executive level energy course that's administered by the University of Idaho. And so this came about close to 15 years ago now, maybe a little bit more. But out of our energy working group, we had an energy chairman that said, you know, I can't be the one telling my members what they should be voting on or why this is important. And so he really pushed this idea that we need to have a basic education for our legislators. And so we're actually really happy this, next week or 2 weeks, I'm sorry, 2 weeks from now, we're gonna have a graduation of almost, at this time, almost 450 alumni, but we'll have a group of about 40 that are gonna be coming here to DC to do their final week of the policy side of it. So we take them out to Richland, Washington, where the national lab is, and have them do more of the, you know, the nuts and bolts of where electricity comes from, how it's made, and then also, you know, where the different modes, when you mentioned, you know, if it comes from coal or renewable, you know, there was a lot of regulation on that. So they learn really quick why the portfolio is what it is for electricity delivery to everyone. So that really gives them a chance to get that opportunity to get that education, so that when they do go back to their legislatures, they have at least a baseline knowledge of why these things are going where they're going. And so, you know, we've really seen, you know, state legislators that have moved into, you know, House member positions, elected to the Congress from the state, and also, I'm trying to remember if we've had any MPs that have gone through the course, but really it's an opportunity for the local politicians to really, you know, get that education, and it's been really helpful for them. All of them really appreciate what they gain from it, and so, yeah, really it's been a successful program that we've had for getting that education out to in this case, not the general public, but legislators in general.
I'd just say a couple of things. I mean, I always want to also support education, but making a connection between energy, we've lived with such abundance that I remember the 70s where my dad was always telling me to turn down the thermostat and all of that, but today's generation doesn't have that same experience. But we should talk about inflation and how energy price inflation and all the delays is causing not only your gas prices, but your electricity prices to go up. Because if we really are going to add all this AI and so forth onto the grid, we're going to go back to brownouts maybe, especially in certain jurisdictions. So having a conversation about getting this right is about giving you the freedom to play video games, do what you want to do, all the things that young people want or young families want. There's so many barriers for the younger generation to get started. It's hard to buy a house. Sometimes you can't find it. You know, prices on interest rates are high. People just want to get on with their lives and get started. So making the connection between energy and their aspirations for the future, I know that sounds simplistic, but I think it will make a big difference. And in this, I think actually Canada's quite useful. I know they're mean to us on dairy, but I think by and large, Canada can sometimes, as a partner, shift the debate away from Republican versus Democrat, activist versus corporate person. And we say, look, no, Canadians are nice neighbors. They're not out to put us out of business, but they have some energy and we'd like to buy it. And you know what? We're having the same debate here. Have the debate openly, but use the fact that it can be a cross-border debate and leverage the fact that, for those of you who don't know, Canadians are notoriously nice, but they're not, you know, avaricious, and have a conversation. We don't all agree in Canada. We don't all agree in the United States, but maybe if we have that conversation openly, Canada's participation as sort of a chaperone to the superpower will help us stay on track.
Yeah, I think it's energy pragmatism, but I'd like to see climate pragmatism as well. Look, I think we saw this in the 2024 presidential campaign. Certainly, energy and climate pragmatism were on full display just by evidence of the fact that Vice President Kamala Harris, at one point, I think in 2019, said she was absolutely in favor of banning fracking, which is a totally irresponsible position given that every new, I think 90% of all new wells are fracked. That would have been economically catastrophic, so it's no surprise she changed her view, especially given she was going into Pennsylvania, and we saw what happened there. But again, the point is that I think the American public, they get energy pragmatism. I think they get climate pragmatism as well. They want energy to be affordable, reliable, clean. I think when you ask them, you look at the polling data over the last 20 years, it's pretty consistent. Large majorities do want to address climate change. They do want to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. But if you're telling them you have to pay thousands of dollars a year for your family in terms of increased living, energy costs, and then you tell them by 2050 or 2100 you'll reduce global temperatures by 0.6 degree because we're not addressing emissions from China, they're going to say, why are we doing that? And again, the American public, they're very pragmatic, they're very commonsensical, and so they're kind of right in the middle on these issues. They understand the importance of the oil and gas, the shale revolution. I think they're largely supportive of it, but they want to be done cleanly, as I said. And so, again, I think the American public's in a pretty good place on this. I'm glad that energy and even climate change were an important part, mostly energy, I suppose, in the 2024 debate. It was really paramount, it was really important, it came to the fore, and again, I just hope we continue down this path. But again, the climate piece is really important, and that's where California comes into play, because California is just in a completely different place than large parts of the country, and I'm not sure that that system can continue to go down that path. I think they're really headed for a fairly disastrous, down a disastrous path. But I think the issue there is that there are statutes on the books that allow California to set emission standards and environmental standards that can impact the rest of the country. And that, I think, cannot happen, because I think when it comes to California, they're in a completely different place, and they're not even in line with sort of this, what we were talking about today, this, this alignment that we have, the energy trade that we have between the United States and Canada. What California wants to do would blow that up. And I think large parts of the American public are not going to be for that.
Mike, can I pick up on this?
Yep.
Mike, if we think about regulation in a different way, I think we could look at some examples in the past that were a bit better than what we're doing now. When they introduced color television, I know for some of you that wasn't it always color? No, it's black and white. But part of what the regulators insisted is, yes, you can do this, but you have to make sure that the people who have a black and white set still can watch their shows, right? So we decided that we were going to have a hybrid period of transition because people had sunk cost into buying a TV. They weren't cheap those days. I know they're cheaper now. And so we made a transition we thought was going to be to a better Technicolor world, but we didn't leave people behind. And I think there's a whole literature on energy poverty that really supports the fact that our energy consumption is conditioned by our equipment. And when they decided to go from 25-cent light bulbs to $5 light bulbs, we still had the same lamps. We just had more cost to get the same output. And yes, it was good for the environment, and everybody said, oh, light bulbs will last them 1,000 years, and they don't. I think if we allow people to make this transition at their own pace, and we try not to put too much of a burden on people of lesser means, because a lot of what we're doing is just adding taxes, adding costs, and for my household it's okay, but for a smaller household where people are struggling, we're asking them to pay when we really should be thinking about how those that are able to pay can pay, and allowing for some transition. I know we're in a hurry, but we're not going to get there tomorrow no matter what we do. So let's be humane. Let's recognize that people need time to adjust, and support a regulatory process, at least at that macro level, that gives them options.
Yeah, I also wanted to just add on that I just moved here from California, so I have some local knowledge. Recently there was a I think it was Prop 37 in Berkeley, California, that failed to pass. And a lot of people are surprised about it, and I was kind of thinking about it. I'm not so surprised about it. And the reason I'm not so surprised about it is because having lived in California, my home value was fairly good because I had a house on the same grid as a hospital. So any blackouts would not affect our home, and almost no one on our grid had a generator, but the houses all around us were on a different grid system, and they all had generators, every single one of them, and there were sometimes they were running those generators for days, these are people who vote, with their climate feelings, and they know that this is not helpful. They know filling up their diesel generator is very bad for the environment, and they want something else to be able to replace it. And until every home can afford a Tesla battery powered by solar, which is very expensive, I can tell you that from some of my other neighbors, that's just simply not possible. And so, I think as you had talked about, the energy poverty issue is quite severe, especially in California, where gas, at one point when I was living there, was over $7 a gallon at Costco. So that's bad when it's that high at Costco. Yeah. I think we're actually at time, so I want to thank the panel today for taking their time and being able to be with us today. We'll have a very quick break before we turn it over for closing remarks. Thank you.
What a wonderful panel. Thank you all so very much. Chris, it's good to see you. And ladies and gentlemen, Heather, do you have any final words you want to say? No? Okay. Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much for such a wonderful day together and being able to explore these topics. There's so much more we could talk about. We could do this again tomorrow and not hit the same topics, but it's a beginning, not an end. It's a journey toward a destination. And so thank you all so very much for those of you joining us online and those who are with us today. Really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. And this concludes our joint forum. Thank you.